Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start this. Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to start this first match in Zone C of the JCSA High Schools Debate Competition 2024. Indeed, it is wonderful to be here. I want to thank, of course, the Jamaica Civil Service Association, the owners of this competition. So we're bringing it back. Last year, we had this competition, 12 teams entered, and it's backed by popular demand. And in fact, even though we had only budgeted to have an increase of around 6 teams or so, bringing it up to 18, the subscription to this competition, this staging, was so great. We have now expanded to 26 teams spread across all 3 zones in Jamaica. We have with us 2 teams who will be vying to move on to round 2 of this competition. Indeed, no slouches in the debate realm. We have with us scheduled to debate St. Diego High School, and they would have been going up against Charlemont High School. Unfortunately, Charlemont High School will not be participating. And that means that the team St. Diego High School gets an automatic advancement to the next round of competition. It's sad that we weren't able to have a debate. I know that St. Diego was looking forward to coming out and debating with vigor and with passion to prove exactly what their stance is on the motion. This house believes that the normalization of remote work would have a negative impact on productivity in the public service. Unfortunately, this is not going to be such a debate. Again, St. Diego gets an automatic advancement to the next round. But, St. Diego, your work will not have been for nothing. It will not be futile. What's going to happen instead is that you're going to present your speeches convincingly with emphasis, yes, because how you present your speech, the quality of your speech, the content, style, and strategy of your speech will help the judges to determine how many points you get at the end of this match. That, and as well the fact that we, the judges, will be asking you points of information that you must accept, points of information that we want you to think deeply about and respond fulsomely in a really robust and compelling way, because that, combined with the substance of your speech, will help us to determine how many points you will advance. And of course, you want to advance with as many points as possible, because that will definitely affect your tiering for the next round of competition. All right. And so while it is regrettable that you won't have a debate opposition, the judges today are your opposition, and the judges are looking forward to hearing your substantive speeches. All right. And so with that said, your time signals remain the same: 7 minutes for the first speaker, 6 minutes for the second speaker. We will not be having a reply speaker. We will not be having a period of cross questioning for this match. All right. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to St. Jacob. We invite the first speaker from the proposition to open this debate. All right. And your time starts when you do.
Am I audible?
Loud and clear.
Beginning. Honorable hosts, fellow opponents, good day. Today we are here to discuss a crucial matter at hand. Should employers permit public sector employees to work remotely? Before diving into my arguments, allow me to define the key terms in the motion. When something is normalized, it transitions from being seen as unconventional to the prescribed way of doing something. We define remote work as a work arrangement where employees perform their job duties digitally outside a traditional office environment, typically from home or another remote location. Productivity is the measure of how well tasks or goals are completed, typically comparing the output to the time, effort, or resources used. Public service is defined as services provided by the government or its agencies to benefit society, often focused on essential needs like healthcare, education, law enforcement, and infrastructure. Considering these definitions, our restatement is, if employees of government-run institutions are allowed to work outside the traditional office environment, they will underperform. As the first speaker, my duty is to paint you a clear picture of what productivity really looks like and explain that remote work was never supposed to be a long-term shift. Furthermore, our second speaker will dive deeper into the specific drawbacks of remote work, including the challenges of physical and cybersecurity and breakdowns in communication. These are issues that cannot be ignored, especially in the public sector, where transparency, coordination, and consistent uninterrupted service are vital to maintaining the trust and satisfaction of the public. Our third speaker, through clear analysis and strategic comparison, will solidify our case and prove that our arguments hold more weight in proving that productivity will be undermined by the normalization of remote work. It was never the intention for remote work to be a policy shift. In Jamaica, like many other countries, the shift to teleworking was never designed to be a long-term solution, but a necessary response to the crisis at hand, the COVID-19 pandemic. Prime Minister Andrew Holness implemented work-from-home policies in March 2020, ensuring the safety of non-essential workers and reducing the spread of the virus. This was not a reflection of the government's belief in remote work as a better alternative for traditional workspaces, but rather a quick fix for an unprecedented situation. We must remember that public service, especially in areas like healthcare, education, and law enforcement, it is owed to all citizens in a timely and effective manner. By adopting widespread remote work in these sectors, we risk serving only a small, privileged portion of the population, those with access to technology. Citizens shouldn't have to suffer simply because public workers seek more comfort in their roles. The opposition might argue that remote work boosts flexibility or improves work-life balance and is not merely about the comfort of employees, but we cannot ignore the unique demands of public service. Unlike the private sector, where flexibility is afforded by the cost customers pay for the service, the public sector thrives on structure, discipline, and direct interaction to fulfill their constitutional obligations. I say this to say that flexibility cannot come at the cost of national service standards. Remote work is not optimal, as face-to-face work ultimately yields better output. Productivity is not investing in more to meet the standard, but to get better results, which the disadvantages of remote work throw under the bus. To further illustrate the risk of remote work as a long-term solution, consider how badly sectors like education and healthcare suffered during the pandemic. Online classes, though implemented out of necessity, led to significant learning loss, particularly among students who lack stable internet connections or proper devices. In Jamaica, many students fell behind due to the digital divide, creating a widening gap between the privileged and the underprivileged. Similarly, remote healthcare services, while innovative, were inaccessible to rural populations who depend on in-person consultations for their well-being. Many patients were left untreated, unable to access telemedicine due to poor internet infrastructure. These examples highlight how remote services in essential public sectors fail to equitably serve the population, especially when so many are without access to the necessary technology. Public services must be delivered fairly and efficiently, and remote work, while useful in crisis, cannot replace the infrastructure of traditional service delivery without harming large segments of society.
Point of information?
Accepted.
Fine, I'll concede that there are remote areas that exist. That makes it a little bit harder, for us to do this. But I contend that that is the far minority of cases, and in cases like that, the government now has an incentive to improve the technology and telecommunications to provide laptops and internet to help those. And so remote work would actually help those more remote areas to finally get the care and interest that they need.
All right, so I was supposed to get into this further on in the speech, but let me say it right now. Remote work, in the case, forces employees to exert more time and effort to achieve the same results. And that don't make sense, right? It doesn't make sense because in the long term, this burdens the government as more resources will be needed to compensate for the loss of efficiency. The government will be putting in more to yield the same rather than maximizing its efforts and resources to provide timely services to our citizens. And as I said again, that doesn't make any sense. Now let me continue. Imagine a government agency responsible for processing social benefits, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, for example. In a traditional office, employees have access to secure systems, quick collaboration.
Information.
Accepted.
I don't buy the idea that inaccessibility of rural areas to telecommunications is really the root of the problem, just because that same inaccessibility exists in status quo where rural areas don't have access to a lot of government public services because they're found in urban areas, and a lot of rural people still don't have the transportation wherewithal to get to those urban areas. So that same inaccessibility still exists in status quo and is not a problem created by a shift to remote work.
Okay, but doesn't that, let me see. I'm not sure I understood the point of information, to be honest. So I'm just going to continue. In a traditional office, employees have access to secure systems, quick collaborations with colleagues, and immediate support from IT. For example, they process 100 claims a day efficiently. If they were shifted to remote work, each worker must now navigate slower home networks, potential distractions, and limited technical support. To maintain the same outputs, employees might be forced to put in extra hours to overcome these obstacles. Right? Mr. Speaker, now it is evident that the normalization of remote work in the public sector presents significant challenges that cannot be overlooked. While remote work may provide flexibility and comfort for some, it ultimately compromises the essential services that citizens rely on. We must prioritize the greater good, and the greater good is that public services should remain equitable, efficient, and accessible to all citizens, regardless of their location or resources. Public service is built on trust, accountability, and accessibility. Remote work disrupts these essential pillars, creating barriers to communication, undermining productivity, and excluding vulnerable populations who lack access to technology. While the idea may seem appealing in the short term, it is not a sustainable solution for the public sector. We must prioritize the interests of all citizens and maintain the integrity of public service by rejecting the long-term adoption of remote work in the sector. Let me remind you that flexibility should not come at the expense of national service standards. The government has a responsibility to service people effectively and efficiently, and that responsibility cannot be met if we allow remote work to erode the quality of services, of public services. For these reasons, I urge you to stand.
I got you just in time. So point of information. I contend that remote work, by and large, as seen by many studies, many organizations, actually increases productivity because employees are no longer being mandated to navigate terrible roads. The same infrastructure that you're just complaining about, as Kalisa said, they exist in status quo, and now employees don't have to navigate terrible roads, sit in a lot of traffic, go and figure out what it is that they're going to reach to lunch. And evidence has shown that remote work actually increases productivity and job satisfaction, which will lead to greater outcomes. So I reject this claim that we will not be more productive because of remote work.
During online classes, for example, a lot of us had other duties doing. So while you are on class, you are doing dishes. While you are on class, you are taking a shower or something. You're not getting nothing from what the teacher is saying or what is being taught in class. And I believe it's the same thing for when people were working remotely. They're on Zoom meetings and they're having other conversations outside of work. So I don't see how that at all was productive. So I don't know, wouldn't it be better? Never mind.
Point of information.
Again?
People being distracted while at work or at school online also isn't a problem that's created by remote work. Similarly, when kids go to class in person, they chat with their friends, they're on their phones. When people are at work in person, they chat with their coworkers, they're on their phones. These distractions are not a problem created by remote work, but rather something that's intrinsic because of the user and not their environment.
Can I say that? Okay.
All right, Kamoya, you're going to respond to that one, or should we move on to the second speaker? Okay. All right, Kamoya. Well, um, I encourage you to give it a shot. Again, this will indeed impact your score. Give it a shot.
I was just informed that it's my final minutes. I barely heard what she said.
Okay. So she's saying pretty much that people being distracted when they're on online classes is not unique to remote work. When people go to work, they're distracted. When students go to school, they're distracted. And that it's not remote work that causes that, it's an intrinsic thing with the person. So whether they're in office or on remote, they're going to be distracted regardless.
Okay, but I was in my speech, I said that people are opting for remote work because they want more comfort. And given that, I think it will undermine no, I don't want to give it
All right. Thank you very much to the first speaker from St. Jago High, for responding to those jagged and sharp points of information from the judges and for her substantive speech. We now move on to the second speaker from St. Jago High School.
Are you hearing me clearly?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Esteemed adjudicators, teammates, and my opponents, good day. Mr. Speaker, I stand before you in support of the motion that the normalization of remote work would negatively impact the productivity of public services. As was accurately stated by the Prime Minister, remote work was intended as a short-term measure during COVID-19, not a permanent solution. The challenges it presents far outweigh the benefits for both citizens and employers. Though remote work may seem flexible, public sector jobs rely on efficiency and accessibility, making remote setups a substantial risk to productivity. Normalizing remote work for public service employees would lead to increased inaccessibility, thus reducing productivity. Remote work reduces the availability of direct communication among public service workers, cohesion, and absolute access to current information about problems that arise and assistance if needed. According to research on public administration, communication delays and inefficiencies often arise when government work transition to remote setups as accountability measures become harder to enforce. Public services like healthcare, social services, and legal assistance that particularly serve vulnerable demographics rely heavily on in-person operations where tasks like document verification, case management, and emergency responses would suffer most. Recent studies indicate that the shift to remote work during the pandemic led to communication breakdowns within government agencies, affecting their ability to respond effectively to the needs of the public. In Jamaica, where digital infrastructure is problematic, remote work exacerbates these issues, leading to disengaged workers and decreased focus, which negatively impacts the quality of their output. Overall, these limitations posed by something as key to productivity as effective communication gradually decreases the efficacy of public service delivery. Naturally, this growing disconnect between the government and the people's needs will breed frustration and mistrust among citizens, an already sore subject. Simply put, normalizing remote work erases a crucial element of the status quo, immediate and effective communication, which impedes workers' ability. Accepted.
So I contend that remote work is a natural evolution of technology, right? I don't think it is fair to criticize and assess the efficacy of remote work when it was implemented during a pandemic, which was an extraordinary and very abrupt circumstance. I believe that, as you can see with many multinational organizations who thrive because of remote work, if it is implemented structurally and not and intentionally, that it will lead to the greater levels of productivity that we see these multinational organizations enjoy.
Well, in response to that, I contend that this it still doesn't mitigate, or it still doesn't take away from the fact that productivity in the public sector depends on timely and efficient response by public service operations. And even though it was implemented during a pandemic, the intentional operation of remote work, it would still require in extensive investment in order to produce the same results that we already get in in-office operations. I'll continue. Yeah. So simply put, normalizing remote work erases a crucial element of the status quo, immediate and effective communication, which impedes workers' ability to deliver services accurately and quickly, thus ultimately undermining the productivity of public services. Next, I turn to the issue of security on two fronts, physical and cybersecurity. Permitting government workers to work remotely seriously compromises service delivery and heightens threats to citizens' privacy and safety. Firstly, remote work dramatically increases the risk of theft. When public sector employees work remotely, their devices are at a greater risk of theft compared to in-office environments. Office workers benefit from secure entry systems, surveillance, and controlled access, minimizing the chance of unauthorized access. Remote workers, on the other hand, face physical risks that expose government operations to threats like the leaking or selling of classified information, thus posing national security risks. There is no lack of audacity in criminals, and so high-ranking officials especially may be targeted. If devices are stolen, point of accepted.
The possibility of theft has also already existed in status quo just because a lot of government workers work with government devices that they sometimes take home at the end of the day. For example, work laptops and stuff like that. So it's still open to unauthorized access, bearing in mind that they do take home these devices.
So my arguments are not that these risks do not exist in the status quo. It is that these risks are exacerbated by the normalization of remote work. So more people would be taking home devices or having personal devices with government information on it. So it furthers the risk. I'll continue. If devices are stolen, securing passwords, resetting accounts, and implementing new security measures can significantly slow down public sector productivity. The need to recover or recreate lost data and address security breaches diverts resources and time from essential operations, often halting or delaying important tasks. This kind of disruption directly undermines productivity in the sense that during tight deadlines or extensive work projects may not be met. Citizens are made to have their urgent needs delayed while the dire consequences are immediate. Secondly, the use of a wide area network for remote work exposes a major vulnerability to government systems in terms of cybersecurity. Government-run institutions utilize a local area network in the office to maximize security and minimize the risk of unauthorized access by requiring a physical connection to the network. Accommodating remote employees means using a wide area network, which is dangerous due to it being less secure to accommodate remote access. Earlier this year, a breach reportedly stemming from a phishing attack compromised some staff credentials and potentially exposed the Bureau of Standard Jamaica systems to malware. According to the Jamaica Gleaner, the company spent over $36 million to recover and protect the ICT structure. This not only led to a direct financial burden, but also reduced productivity within the agency. The time spent on recovery and cybersecurity reinforcements detracted from the agency's ability to perform its primary functions, leading to delays in the service delivery and inefficiencies across public sector operations. These are exactly the type of risks that the normalization of remote work in the public sector would exacerbate, as remote employees would have to be accommodated on a wide area network. But it's all okay, per my opponents. At least one more public worker can put up her feet while she works.
Point of information. I'm going to defend that one public speaks citizen with her feet up. I contend that there exists technology to govern the space of cybersecurity, such as, for example, a virtual private network, such as storing critical information on drives. And I contend that remote work is actually better because, yes, while hacks can happen, that is a minute circumstance. What we find more often is people in the physical workplace getting access to physical systems, physical files, and using that to engage in nefarious deeds. And I contend that instead, by having them be remote, it incentivizes organizations to make greater emphasis on their cybersecurity, storing drives on secure locations, and ensuring that computers on a whole are more secure. Because one way or another, cybersecurity is a threat, but more emphasis is placed on the resolution of that existing threat by having people work remote.
The 15 second. Okay. So once again, I still posit that my train of thought. Could you repeat just the main point?
Yeah, the main point is that remote work incentivizes people to get greater cybersecurity.
Okay. Okay. So in order to accommodate remote work by public services, the government would still have to invest in, the implementation of the VPNs and stuff like that. So those are still more costs that we would be adding in order to achieve the same result that we would get in in-office operations. So the security is already there, and though the risks still exist, they are not as pronounced in office. And so expending more resources just to get the same result is not productive. Robust physical and cybersecurity protocols are easier to control and maintain inside the traditional work setting. Once again, while the breaches can still occur in office, they are far easier to manage and prevent. When time and money are diverted from the core duties of citizens' constitutionally owed services to crisis management, incident investigations, and strengthening security, whether pre or post breach, that spells a horrific decline in the productivity of government operations. In conclusion, normalization of remote work within the public sector would introduce a wide range of challenges that extend far beyond just communication or cybersecurity risks. It would fundamentally disrupt the structure and efficiency of government operations, creating an environment where crucial resources, time, labor, and financial capital are continuously diverted from their primary tasks to manage crises that would otherwise not exist on a smaller scale or exist on a smaller scale within the traditional work setting. These issues compounded over time would result in a significant loss in productivity, with critical services delayed, national security compromised, and public trust eroded. Simply put, the public sector's capacity to deliver essential services swiftly and efficiently would be severely compromised in a remote work framework, creating long-term consequences for both the workers and citizens. Therefore, it is not practical to prioritize employees' desire for an alternate mode of work, as the consequences force disproportionate effects on the public sector and citizens alike. I thank you.
And thank you very much to the second speaker from San Diego. The judges are going to go into our breakout room for just a little while to deliberate, and then we will return with the scores. All right. Um, as you can see, that was a pretty short deliberation. I want to thank St. Diego for what was some good speeches and valiant attempts at responding critically to the points of information from the judges. We appreciate that. Um, this was a unique kind of debate, and we thank you all for putting out maximum effort. And so, as was mentioned before, where San Diego naturally automatically advances to the next round. You'd have received D4 scores representing 3/4 of maximum for your reply and cross questioning, which leaves the team St. Diego ending on 269 points. All right. All right. And so the best speaker, oh, I see, this is very problematic. Gotta make sure my notes are right. Yes, indeed. So the next speaker, the best speaker rather, would have been the second speaker, Kiona Cunningham. Congratulations, congratulations. And so we particularly liked and appreciated the substantives of your arguments. We thought that cybersecurity analysis was good. We see the assessment of accessibility, and we thought your assessment of productivity was good. What we will say though is that, fine, we are the judges, and so our points of information might be a little bit more technical and jagged than you were expecting. But I think principally the ideas surrounding our points of information were ones that would be expected to come up in the debate. Yes, the assessment that we get greater productivity from remote work. The points of information surrounding the fact that it's unfair to judge the efficacy of remote work and online classes during a pandemic where it wasn't intentionally and systematically implemented. I think those are reasonable to expect. Contentions maybe worded a bit more jagged by the judges, but definitely want to encourage Team San Diego as they move forward in this competition to preempt arguments that may come out from the opposing team and be more prepared for those arguments. Even if they sound a little bit weird when you're asked, you'd have already had the basis for answering that particular argument. All right. But all in all, it's a very good job. Of course, San Diego is uh, one of based on our historical precedents, one of the top performing debate institutions, and we'd expect no less from the team San Diego. So congratulations, well done, and we will see you in round 2 of this competition.
Thank you very much, Ravon.
All right, take care. Take care. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and that concludes the first match in Zone C of the JCSA High Schools Debate Competition 2024. Indeed, this was a different kind of match because, of course, the proposing team did not have an opponent. And because of that, the match has finished a little bit earlier than one would have expected. Nevertheless, our next match in this series will be between the Knox College and Mayday High School, and they will be debating the motion. This house believes that AI will ultimately render human expertise in the public sector obsolete. Yes, and so that match will be starting promptly at 10:30 a.m. And so we encourage you to join us at 10:30. And of course, if you're watching this video, post it being live, we encourage you to skip forward maybe about a half an hour so that you can experience that engaging match and clash of ideas between Knox College and Mayday High School. And they will, of course, be debating the motion. This House believes that AI will ultimately render human expertise in the public sector obsolete. Quite a lovely, lovely motion coming up. So we'll see you in half an hour. Morning, Mr. Blake.
Good morning. Are you able to hear me?
Indeed, loud and clear.
Awesome. They are required to turn on their cameras, correct?
Yes, man, absolutely.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Blake confirming is the Mayday team here.
Present.
Right, lovely. So let me see if I can get the Knox team. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting right underway. Is this the second match in Zone C of the JCSA High Schools Debate Competition 2024? We have with us today the team in proposition, Knox College, and they'll be facing off against the team Mayday High School. And these teams will be debating the motion. This house believes that AI will ultimately render human expertise in the public sector obsolete. Right. Can I see both teams? Right. I'm seeing the team Knox College and I'm seeing the team Mayday High School. Right. Lovely. Right. So our debate is scheduled to to start at 10:30. And so for the purposes of time, we will be starting in 6 minutes. Right, so let us get the formalities out of the way. Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome. I am Ravan Thomas Matthews. I'm the Special Projects Manager for JADE, and specifically for this competition, I'll be serving as your chair adjudicator. It is my pleasure to welcome both the Knox College and Mayday High School to this, the second match in Zone C. So far, we've had quite a bit of matches, actually. We have had 11 matches so far, and rather this is the 11th match, and we would have determined which teams from those 10 previous matches will be moving on to the second round of this competition. And most certainly, the two teams here, no slouches in debate by any means, are vying to join the other teams in that round two. Just a bit earlier, we would have seen St. Jago High School advancing to round two. Now here we have Knox College and Mayday High School seeing if they will join those ranks, and they will be debating the motion. This house believes that AI will ultimately render human expertise in the public sector obsolete. I must admit, this is one of the motions I am most looking forward to hearing the teams debate. With me, I have, as always, the ever competent, ever lovely Calicia Vassal. And we'll ask Calicia to give herself, to introduce herself.
Good morning, everybody. As Rawan said, I'm Kalaseti Vaso. I'll be serving as your wing adjudicator for today's match. In addition to being a ranked adjudicator of the Jamaican Association for Debating and Empowerment, I also serve as the program's manager, and I'm looking forward to a very engaging debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Calicia. And indeed, you'd have heard Calicia just mention an odd term a while ago. She's a ranked adjudicator. Yes, indeed. Jade has undergone a rigorous testing mechanism, which involves, testing structurally on debate principles, as well as experience being assessed to determine the rank of adjudicators. And Calicia is indeed a high tier, high ranked adjudicator. So you are in good hands today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the last thing I want to do before I turn over is to once again thank the Jamaica Civil Service Association for putting on this competition. This is the second year of the competition. Last year was an amazing pilot. We saw Montego Bay High School for girls coming first, Cornwall coming second, and of course, Ocho Rios coming third. And I'm so curious to see how it is that this competition is going to shape out, especially considering that it has expanded so much. Before we had 12 teams, now we have over 100% increase because there are 26 teams vying for that title. And I know the teams are excited and ready to debate and to show why it is that they are indeed deserving of that title. And so I will allow them to go right into it. Teams are reminded that the first and last minute of each speech is what we consider protected time. That means that no points of information will be allowed within that protected time, of course, being the first and last minute. That means outside of protected time, points of information are allowed. And in fact, are points of information are encouraged. With all that said, you'll no longer be hearing primarily from me. I will now invite the first speaker from the proposing team, Knox College, to open this debate.
Mr. Speaker, members of this House, my name is Gloria Iwudike and I am the Prime Minister of this Honorable House. I stand before you to lead the proposition on the motion AI will ultimately render human expertise in the public sector obsolete. We on the proposition team believe that AI's rapid advancements is already transforming sectors globally and will inevitably make human expertise unnecessary in the public sector. Before delving into the arguments, I want to define a few key terms related to this motion. The Cambridge English Dictionary defines obsolete as something no longer in use, having been replaced by something newer, better, or more fashionable. It defines public sector as businesses and industries owned or controlled by the government. Furthermore, the Cambridge Dictionary defines expertise as a high level of knowledge or skill. Mr. Speaker, AI is not a futuristic concept. It is already reshaping public services in many countries, including Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, let us look at the current status quo of our country. I want to bring your focus to three sectors: the health sector and security sector. When we examine what obtains our health care sector, we cannot ignore the suffering of the Jamaican people. For example, the lockback of critical, the long waits in the hospital, and the eventual death of the sick because of these inefficiencies. The general unease of the Jamaican people must never be ignored. The security in Jamaica is almost laughable. Criminals get away with so many criminal activities, cases are forgotten in our courts. Take, for example, the recent release of Vibes Cartel. It is human expertise that chose to penalize him without accurate and substantial evidence. There are many cases such as this. What we present to you today is the utility of artificial intelligence that it brings to society and people's needs. Undoubtedly, Mr. Speaker, human expertise has over time lost its efficiency, and therefore we have no other choice but to embrace the efficiency of artificial intelligence. For this reason, the Ministry of National Security has even recently partnered with AI-based systems to enhance law enforcement through data analysis and improving crime prediction and resource allocation. We are also witnessing integration of AI in the healthcare sector, where hospitals are using AI for diagnostics and public health planning. As the first speaker, I will present our team's position on this notion and outline the key arguments that support our stance. My second speaker will expand on these points, providing detailed evidence and examples to further strengthen our case. Finally, my third speaker will close the debate by delivering a powerful summary of our position. Now, let me present to you the four main points why AI will render human expertise obsolete in the public sector, supported by real-life examples and the current status quo in Jamaica. Number one, efficiency and cost effectiveness. AI significantly enhances efficiency. It processes vast amounts of data much faster and more accurately than humans ever could. In Jamaica, our public sector is often overwhelmed by administrative tasks, from managing social services to processing tax records. AI can automate these repetitive processes, eliminating human error and reducing cost. Take, for instance, according to the Jamaica Information Service, the JIS, the National Housing Trust employs an AI-powered chatbot that can process applications faster and more accurately than human agents, reducing reducing waiting times and administrative costs by up to 50%. This suggests that AI can handle a significant portion of NHT's customer service operations, rendering the human expertise in this area obsolete. Number two, automation of routine tasks. A large part of the public sector workforce deals with routine, repetitive tasks. AI's ability to handle these tasks without fatigue or error makes it superior in the option market. In Jamaica's tax administration, Jamaica's observation reported that the automation system can process tax returns with 30% fewer errors and in 40% less time than human tax preparers. This indicates that AI could automate many routine tasks within the tax administration, reducing the need for human expertise in these areas. This automation would free up the public resources, allowing the government to redirect funds toward infrastructure and essential services, ultimately improving the living conditions for all citizens. Number three, bias reduction and objective decision making. Human experts, no matter how skilled, are prone to bias. AI, on the other hand, makes decisions based purely on data. In sectors like law enforcement and public benefits, fairness and objectivity is paramount. Take, for example, the Jamaican Supreme Court is exploring AI-powered legal research tools that can assist judges in making more informed and impartial decisions. According to reports, these tools analyze vast amounts of data more quickly and effectively than humans, with studies suggesting that a potential 25% reduction in bias in legal outcomes. This suggests that AI could eventually play a significant role in legal research and decision making, rendering the human expertise in this area unnecessary. Number four, predictive capabilities for proactive governance. AI is unmatched in its ability to analyze data and predict future trends. In Jamaica, this could revolutionize our approach to public health, crisis, and natural disasters. The Jamaican Meteorological Service has started using AI-powered forecasting models to improve hurricane predictions and disaster response. These models can analyze vast amounts of weather data 60% faster and more accurately than human counterparts, providing more timely forecasts that suggest that AI could play a significant role in disaster management and planning, rendering human expertise in this area obsolete. To conclude, while human expertise has been invaluable in the past, AI's superior capabilities in terms of efficiency, objectivity, and predictive analysis make it a compelling alternative for the public sector. Mr. Speaker, this side of the House prioritizes the well-being of the greatest number of individuals while minimizing harm suffering. We will ensure that our choices yield the maximum benefits for all stakeholders. Therefore, we optimize overall well-being and life satisfaction. The proposition rests temporarily.
And thank you very much to the first speaker from Team Knox College. The debate will now go over to the first speaker from Mayday, the opposition team, for them to open the case for that side of the House.
I fear the day when technology overlaps with our humanity, the world will only have a generation of idiots. Words of the great physicist Albert Einstein. Mr. Speaker, as opposition leader, I can strongly say that this House upholds the very suggestion and the very thought that artificial intelligence will ultimately render human expertise in the public sector obsolete. Mr. Speaker, adjudicators, respective opponents, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Today, the opposition team stands unswerving in objection to this motion. I repeat, this House does not believe that artificial intelligence will ultimately render human expertise in the public sector obsolete. Before we delve further into the arguments, for us to understand the issues being scrutinized, allow me to share with you carefully and correctly the definition of a few key terms presented in this motion. Render, according to the Free Online Dictionary, means to cause something to become no longer used or needed, therefore making it insignificant. Human expertise are skills such as emotional intelligence, creativity, critical thinking, adaptability, and ethical reasoning. These skills enables us to navigate the complexities of the world, tackle challenges creatively, and make decisions that consider broader implications. And finally, as we agree, according to the Oxford Dictionary,
Point of information.
that's accepted, is the outdated and non-validity of something. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to correctly and properly acknowledge what artificial intelligence is. According to Google, it is a field of science concerned with building computers and machines that can reason and learn, but act in such a way that would normally require human intelligence. Mr. Speaker, yes, we agree that artificial intelligence is here and it is not going anywhere. It will always be somewhat a part of the public sector, and it is only expanding and becoming more prominent day by day.
Point of
However,
information.
accepted, it is predominant that artificial intelligence is a tool, not a replacement, and that it is meant to complement human intelligence and skills, not replace them in the public sector and beyond. In this case, complement refers to how technology can enhance or support human abilities rather than replace them. That being so, we, the upholding team, stand firm and are saying that instead of artificial intelligence replacing human expertise, it is more likely that it will continue to serve as an enhancement of human skills and intelligence. As the first speaker,
Point of information.
accepted.
If AI is already evolving to such a degree where skills can already match that of an individual in the public sector and are continuing to improve past that point, then would you not agree that human expertise in the public sector is not necessary?
We are saying that yes, it is getting larger and it is revolving, but it is getting to a point and it is at a point where it will not be at where human expertise are not needed, because it will always be needed to help to shape it into what it is. All right, continue. As the first speaker of the opposing team, I will embark on the limitation of artificial intelligence, which makes it entirely impossible to replace the human expertise used and are needed in the public sector today and beyond. The second speaker will highlight the importance and necessities in which the role of empathy and ethical decision-making skills play and look at accountabilities in the public sector. And finally, the reply speaker will highlight and summarize the important points showcased in the debate and show you why exactly the opposition has won this debate. Now, as we stated earlier, we, the opposition, agree and acknowledge the fact that artificial intelligence is present and will continue to be present. We acknowledge that it provides great accessibility and we acknowledge that it provides accurate data. However, the limitations in which AI faces are far greater than the benefits of such. The government is clearly oblivious to this. One in which is the lack of understanding. Of course, AI can process and analyze data, but lacks true comprehension of context and notes my words emotions in human communication.
Point of information.
According to the Harvard not accepted of education, by contrast, humans operate through judgment or practical wisdom. Mr. Speaker, we understand things AI cannot possibly know. That's because us humans can have lived experience with that continually inform how we see the world. It's the intangible factors like ethical considerations and empathetic responses that makes humans better equipped than AI to make complex decisions about human affairs. As the proposition stated earlier, artificial intelligence is the storehouse of data. Yes, we certainly agree that AI has countless amounts of data in which gathers daily to learn and make decisions. But the flaw of such is that it is built desperately on dependency of the data. Ladies and gentlemen, just as a simple container, when it is filled up but continues to receive water, it overflows. It is proven by Harvard Graduate School of Education, once again, that the information or data that artificial intelligence receives is indeed biased and contains numerous flaws in which it is built on. Therefore, we humans need to guide this information into the right direction. It was trending on social media platforms that an individual asked a specific AI how to spell the word strawberry or how many R's are in the word strawberry. The AI responded and stated, there are 2 R's in the word strawberry. This is a clear example of the flaws presented by data daily, which will only increase as time progresses. The emotional intelligence which humans present to the public sector daily in jobs such as doctors, counselors, teachers, and etc. are 100 to 0. Artificial intelligence is incapable of emotional intelligence. Therefore, it is unable to communicate emotionally, which makes the understanding of such limited. Imagine being in a classroom where your teacher is artificial intelligent robots. Imagine being an emotional drowning state, and you cannot turn to your teacher. And it will only provide data. As such, and not emotional comfort. Mr. Speaker, this is exactly why this could just not happen. People trust and engage with systems that can relate to them on an emotional level. Hence, AI will struggle and is struggling to build a deeper level of communication which is needed. In summary, AI cannot render human expertise ultimately because of the constant limitation in which it faces. We rest for now.
Indeed, and thank you very much to the first speaker from Mayday. The debate will now swing over to the proposing team, where we will invite the second speaker from Knox College to extend the case for that side of the house.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, side propositions' arguments crumble almost entirely under scrutiny. Their arguments would have been fraught with inconsistencies and fallacies that undermine the legitimacy of their stance. Naturally, many of my own substantives seek to directly address these false claims, and allow me to begin with my first. It is guaranteed that AI will be able to simulate empathy, compassion, ethics, and other valuable human qualities. Mr. Speaker, these are the qualities the opposition claims are important to work in the public sector, and they would have established that artificial intelligence is currently lacking in these traits. However, as my Prime Minister would have stated, AI is rapidly evolving. They too would have conceded on this point. This technology continues to improve with every interaction, and its capacity for continued growth is astounding. It only took AI 10 years to progress to a point where its ability to reason was similar to that of your average adult human. When you consider this rapid evolution, it is entirely reasonable for the proposition to argue that AI will soon be capable of more nuanced simulation, like empathy or ethics. There are studies which serve to add further legitimacy to our argument. According to a 2021 study by Stanford University, for example, AI systems are being trained to recognize emotions through facial expressions, tone of voice, and the language patterns. This particular study suggests that AI could reach a level of emotional understanding comparable to that of a human being by the year 2030. Therefore, we are necessary in the public sector, and to whichever degree guarantees max efficiency. Some AIs can be programmed with exactly these qualities in order to act perfectly in roles where these skills are necessary. Mr. Speaker, this argument goes to show that there is no such area of human expertise that AI cannot be expected to reliably replicate in the future, given its anticipated rate of evolution. Considering this, it becomes increasingly obvious that human expertise is redundant in a society where AI can more than effectively ensure quality of life for our citizens. Mr. Speaker, this transitions me to my second substantive, and it is very straightforward. Simply put, the opposition is guilty of idealizing the average human being and their contributions to the public sector. The average worker has off days, they're prone to bias, and external factors can severely impact their efficiency. Consider law enforcement, where corruption and human error would have led to far too many wrongful convictions. Consider also the educational sector, where teacher bias and prejudice would have damaged a student's future irreparably based on race, gender, or religious convictions. Consider again the 2008 financial crisis, where human error, poor management, and unethical decision making made by individuals within the public sector led to catastrophic market failure. Mr. Speaker, citizens were deprived of homes, jobs, aspects of human expertise lead to consequences when they are failed. Greed, burnout, corruption, bias, unethical motivations, and apathy. Consider how these have routinely ruined lives when employed in any sector, especially the public sector. Mr. Speaker, AI would have no such faults. Rather than the capacity for empathy being the primary reason for them to maintain their position when the public sector should prioritize its fair rather than the capacity for empathy being the primary reason for human beings to maintain their position, what the public sector should opt to prioritize is fairness and adherence to equity. Mr. Speaker, any sensible citizen would prefer a fair government over a government whose worth will lie primarily in their capacity to feel feelings. Consider this: whether or not AI ends up occupying more jobs in the public sector will not be dependent on skill or ability, because we have proven to you that undoubtedly they will be able to complete these tasks. Undoubtedly, as my Prime Minister would have established, AI will be able to do these things efficiently, and they will stand to improve more lives in a greater capacity than a human being could achieve. Mr. Speaker, the real issue comes down to whether or not such a large degree of AI intervention will be accepted in these sectors. And this is my third substantive. The proposition believes that long-term AI can be expected to easily assimilate into spaces within the public sector. The primary challenge is the hesitance human beings feel towards any new and significant change. However, it has been proven time and time again that human beings will simply adjust to these changes when given time. Mr. Speaker, there are countless examples of this. Recall the transition from radio to television had been fraught with arguments, debates, conspiracies. Mr. Speaker, back then people refused to buy televisions because they believed the government was using it for mind control. Now it is rare for you to even find a working radio outside of your vehicle. Mr. Speaker, we can expect to see this trend again when AI is employed in the health sector or law enforcement. So long as the job is done effectively, the people will be able to eventually adjust. Unfortunately, we would have established that the effectiveness of AI need not be considered. To summarize, Mr. Speaker, we have proven that AI is more efficient than human beings. We have proven that AI is immune to the bias of human beings, bias which has been proven to thoroughly ruin the lives of our citizens. We have proven again that AI will be able to easily integrate into the public sector, and we have proven that employing AI is more beneficial to the citizens with minimum negatives. Mr. Speaker, considering all these factors together, it is evidence that AI will ultimately render human expertise in the public sector as obsolete. Therefore, side proposition pauses but momentarily.
Thank you very much to the second proposition speaker. We now invite the second opposition speaker from Team Mayday High School.
Hold on, Robin, was my speech on the time?
I have to check with my timekeeper, but she'll tell me.
Thank you.
All right, second speaker from Team Mayday. All right, Mayday, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. Your microphone is muted. Oh. And it seems we would have lost the Mayday team. We will pause for a second to allow them to get back on. Mr. Blake, you're here with us? Right.
AI is like a hammer. It's a tool that can be useful, but it cannot build a house by itself. This is just one of the quotes that can be used to affirm to you why human expertise remains irreplaceable. As the opposing team, I find this immensely difficult to comprehend the very notion that AI will ultimately render human expertise in the public sector obsolete. I just cannot fathom the concern about the potential risk and the limitation of relying too heavily on AI without human oversight. We, the opposition, strongly disagree. As we delve into this critical issue, I'll present 2 points that underscore our strong objection to the motion. Firstly, I will illustrate the critical role of empathy and ethical decision-making. And secondly, I will look at accountability in the public service. Through these 2 key points, it will become clear why human
Ravon, you're muted if you're speaking.
Thank you, Calicia. I was acknowledging the fact that Mayday High, you started, but you seem to have lost connectivity. Are you ready, Mayday? All right, so we will restart.
Should they start over or just
Yeah, man,
continue?
absolutely. We will restart the time for Team Mayday. All right, Mayday, so your time starts when you do.
AI is like a hammer. It's a tool that can be useful, but cannot build a house by itself. This is just one of the quotes that can be used to affirm to you why human expertise remain irreplaceable. As the opposing team, I find this immensely difficult to comprehend the very notion that AI will ultimately render human expertise in the public sector obsolete. I just cannot fathom the concern about the potential risk and limitation of relying too heavily on AI without human oversight. We, the opposition, strongly disagree. As we delve into the critical issue, I'll present 2 points that underscore our strong objection to the motion. Firstly, I'll illustrate the critical role of empathy and ethical decision-making. And secondly, I will look at accountability in the public service. Through these 2 key points, it will become clear why human expertise is necessary in the public sector. Mr. Speaker, respected judges, my fellow debaters, and audience, a pleasant good morning to you all. Mr. Speaker, yes, we agree that AI is evolving rapidly. However, being able to portray and understand emotions are 2 different things. Teachers are better at understanding students by knowing them. Teachers aren't programmed to love. It is genuine, unlike an AI, which
Point of
basically
information.
force or program. Firstly, human expertise is vital in the public sector because it brings empathy and ethical decision-making to roles that AI cannot replicate. Consider social workers and public health officials. These professionals often deal with sensitive community issues, navigating emotional landscape and understanding diverse perspectives. This requires a depth of human insight that algorithms simply lack. Mr. Speaker, this short story shows the very example that explains and proves my point. In a bustling city, a public health official named Sarah received reports of rising anxiety among residents due to recent health crisis. This city
Point of information.
an AI system to send automated messages about safety protocols, but many people felt overwhelmed and scared. One day, Sarah decided to host a community forum instead of relying solely on the automated alerts. She invited residents to share their concerns. As people spoke, Sarah listened intently, offering empathy and understanding. When a single mother expressed her fear of not being able to care for her children, she fell ill. Sarah arranged for local resources to provide support. She connected families with food banks and mental health services, ensuring they felt cared for. Through her personal engagement, Sarah built trust within the community while the AI provided information. It was Sarah's compassion that truly made a difference. In that moment, it was clear human expertise with its capacity for empathy was irreplaceable in guiding the community through crisis. Mr. Speaker, as you can see from this short story, the human connection is crucial for effective public service. When professionals engage with their community, they build trust and foster relationships that AI cannot create. For vulnerable population, this personal touch is essential. Without it, the quality service could diminish, leading to negative outcome for those who rely on outstanding understanding and compassion. Thus, human expertise is irreplaceable because it ensures that decisions are made with empathy, integrity, qualities that AI just cannot provide. Secondly, accountability in the public service relies heavily on human oversight. Research shows that algorithms can sustain biases presented in data they are trained on. Automated systems used in public policy can lead to unjust outcomes if not monitored by qualified professionals. Human experts are needed to critically assess and interpret data, ensuring that decisions are fair and just. They can identify the correct biases, ensuring equitability for service delivery. This level of accountability is essential for maintaining public trust in institutions. If we allow technology such as AI to operate without human oversight,
Point of information.
Therefore, this role of human professionals is overseeing AI crucial to prevent potential harms and ensure ethical standards are upheld. Ladies and gentlemen, overall, the evidence overwhelmingly supports the idea that human expertise is not only crucial, but also essential in the public sector. While AI can enhance efficiency and provide valuable tools, it cannot replicate the compassion, understanding, ethical judgment that only humans possess. The most effective public service will be those that combine technology and advancement with the insights of empathy of skilled professionals and accountability through human expertise in the public sector. This collaboration ensures that we address the complex needs for a community effective care. I rest my case.
Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. To the team, Mayday High School, I exclaimed in the chat, the debate hot. And Kalisa asked me why I was yelling. I'm yelling because I'm enjoying myself. What a hotly contested debate between the two teams. The debate will now enter into another exciting period that we like to call the cross-questioning. In this section, we will invite first the team Mayday High School to pose questions to the team Knox College. Mayday, you will have 15 seconds to ask your questions. Knox College, you will have 40 seconds to reply. And this will all take place within a 5-minute period. All right? The time begins when you ask your first question, Mayday High School. And before you do, teams are reminded to put the names of their speakers in the chat. All right? Ready when you're ready, Mayday.
Our first question is now let's think about this in a school perspective. Proposition, do you believe that an AI system can make better judgment than human beings, especially when it comes down to price or personal issues? We know that AI is programmed to say or do whatever. So how does this go on? So
All right. So first of all, in your speech, you made great accusations about empathy and also about the skills of AI to understand interpersonal skills. We want to diminish that argument because you're saying that how will AI impact a classroom in teaching when they are programmed by humans. That's your first flawed statement. If they're programmed by humans, obviously humans are going to pour a certain level of empathy training into that AI so that they can exhort that form of empathy on students so it will impact the learning experience so that students will take away what the AI is speaking to them about in a great manner. Thank you.
How do you train robots to perform empathy, to perform emotions towards students?
AI technology is advancing enough that AI technology is advancing to such a degree where not just through databases but through interactions, AI are being trained to respond to certain cues in an empathetic and emotional and ethical manner. For example, you have AIs being employed in certain sectors where they are being trained routinely and consistently in order to give a very specific response towards a variety of stimulus. In that manner, they're able to offer something that's similar to empathy, and in that manner, it is evident that AI's ability to express empathy is going to continue to grow to such a degree where you cannot argue in any manner that AI will be lacking in empathy or ethics, and therefore they cannot be present in the public sector due to that.
Okay, so our proposition team is running from each question that we ask, especially with the judgment. But let's
how will public sector handle complex and unpredictability social challenges such as crises or disasters without the adaptability and creativity of human experts?
Could you repeat?
How will public sectors handle complex, unpredictable social challenges such as crises or disasters without the adaptability and creativity of human experts?
AI is able to estimate AI is able to estimate better than humans. Also, AI are able to analyze databases better than humans can and have even more accurate predictions. And this is why AI would be more effective than humans.
So do you think that relying solely on AI will help to take out our social inequality as you talked about in your speech, as AI system can be biased because they're present with data that they're trained on?
AI is trained on a variety of data, first of all, and AI's biasness is different from human biasness. AI biasness is still even in the sense that it doesn't contain racial prejudices, it doesn't contain religious motivations. AI does still have a variety of data on which it is trained, so it can still give you a variety of results. The bias that AI displays is minimum in comparison to the bias a human being would display in a sector.
My question to you is, how do you differentiate the difference between human bias and AI bias?
All right. Human bias is based on opinion. It is very opinionated. Like example, if you're in a courtroom and you're somewhere where a person knows the judge, that bias is different from a person examining data and observations that they're provided with due to information put into that AI. So if we are supposed to be biased as humans, it would be opinionated, but AI bias is based on information and factual things that can be proven. Thank you.
By stating this, we can say that bias is just simply bias. There's no difference. It's one meaning.
Point of
Bias, bias.
order.
Actually, there will be no
Point of,
responding to
yeah.
responses. You can ask a follow-up question or a different question altogether.
The 5 minutes have elapsed.
And that is 5 minutes elapsed. Thank you very much, Mayday High School. We'll now flip the order and ask the team Knox College to ask points of information from the team Mayday High School.
Okay, so throughout your speech, you would have consistently failed to account for the fact that human beings also tend to lack empathy and ethics. How would you go about adhering to that in consideration of AI and artificial intelligence?
So we can say that humans, we have emotions, and when we say or do certain things, these are genuine. These are from our hearts. Other than AI, they are programmed to do, as we were saying, programmed to do certain things. So humans will give you their raw feelings, their raw emotions, while AI, it's just information that they have been given. They're actually not feeling it from their hearts, their data.
Okay, another question then. So then you are diminishing AI empathy or AI's ability to reflect empathy because it is coded in them. But then couldn't you argue that human empathy is more so chemical reactions in their brain? And what is the difference between AI empathy and human empathy?
Can you please repeat that question?
You are diminishing AI's ability to show empathy or display ethics because it's just coded in them. But then can't you argue that human empathy and human emotions are simply chemical reactions? And in that case, then what is the difference or the difference in value between human empathy and AI empathy?
So we can say that we humans, we are born with our emotions. Yes, we are made by God to have these emotions. AI are made by human beings. Any other emotions that they have, we humans sometimes put those emotions in to these systems. But
Okay, then I can see that this question is a bit out of your depth. So let's pivot a bit, and we have another question to ask you. And that's throughout your speech, most of your arguments will have specifically adhered to the fact that AI, or rather human beings, have empathy, and that's important in the public sector. But then, besides from empathy, what is it that human beings can contribute to the public sector that an AI can't in a more efficient, effective, cost-effective manner?
So as I stated earlier, they work based on experience from the past. They work based on data given from the past to use as basically going over. Us humans, we use our experiences that's happened throughout our day-to-day life to make decisions is throughout the public sector.
Okay, another question going off of that fact then. You were arguing that, well, human beings, we have our information and we get it from this and that, but then AI not only gets their information from the past, but they can use that information to make judgments about the future, pattern recognition at a much faster, in-depth rate than a human being ever could. In fact, human beings also get their information from the past
Is
to
there
do the
a
same thing.
question? Is there a question?
Yes. So the question is once again, what is it that human beings can do that an AI cannot do more effectively?
It can adapt faster and make decision in a new environment.
Another question for the opposition. You say that AI cannot fulfill emotional needs. How can you be sure that humans are able to do so and fulfill human emotional needs with all the cruelty and violence in society?
all right, so we have persons that are trained, especially in the public sector, therapists, they are trained to do what they are to make us feel better, to be calmed, to even if we're going through any situation, hardship. That is why we have people that are trained to do so.
Okay, you're talking about training, but that's the same thing that we do with the AI. We train it to carry out these roles and positions the same way that these therapists would have been trained to do the same thing. In that case, then would you not argue that an AI in this position, there's no difference between the AI and the human being except for the fact that the AI tends to be more efficient and less biased?
That indeed was the final question. Mayday, do you have an answer for that question?
Can you repeat the question? What was the question?
Okay, all right. We'll allow for the repetition of the question. Knox.
We're talking about the efficiency in training. We're saying that AI can also be trained to carry out the same roles and jobs like therapists and the other examples you'd have used in your speech and otherwise. So then we're asking you then, considering the fact that AI can also be trained to fulfill these roles, what exactly is the purpose of a human being? What is it that they contribute?
So a therapist can use multiple different contexts or parts of a person to actually to depict, to break down what is actually going on, than how an AI would use their data that is given to them, that is programmed within them. And a therapist will continue to go to school and to will find different situations. They will see different things throughout their daily life. AI gets programmed once in a while. The data is just, it is all different data. It's straight up just opinions. The therapist gives you facts on what will work and what she sees or he sees working.
All right, thank you very much for that enticing and exciting period of cross-questioning. The debate will now pause for 1 minute to allow the finishing touches to be placed on those reply speeches, after which we will invite the opposition reply speaker, followed by the proposition reply speaker. And that 1 minute starts, of course, now.
Excuse me, how many minutes for the reply speeches?
Reply speeches are 5 minutes.
The 1 minute is up, Ravan.
Indeed, thank you very much, Calicia. We now invite the opposition reply speaker.
AI is a tool in music making. That is fine, but it's always going to be the humanity in music that makes people want to listen. Artificial intelligence is growing at a high rate. Yes, proposition team. We humans are the ones who made this intelligence. So who in their right mind will allow this system we made to take over? Mr. Speaker, how hilarious is this? The government team has stated that our nation prepares an unbiased AI over our government system. This can be easily interpreted
that our proposition team wants to control our governments, making their own rules and regulations. Who will be held accountable for AI-driven decisions in the public sector? For example, Vibes Cartel did wrong. He was indirectly involved in a crime. We just take our so we should just take our criminal lawyers and judges to please a celebrity and ignore his activities. Yes, AI is a tool that helps to speed up work, but it's not just about the speed it carries. It is unmistakable or so clear that AI intelligence is not as smart as it may seem. These limiting factors occur within an expert system may occur at any moment. AI inherits flaws within a data it is built on, leading to random, systematic, or parallax errors. This will affect the precision of data, causing the variation of data collected to be all over the place, or the accuracy to be too high or too low. For example, accounting jobs are also found in the public sector. A lot of individuals may say that students shouldn't bother in doing a principle of accounts, as artificial intelligence will soon take over that area of work. But Mr. Speaker, who are we to say such ill-mannerable and outrageous things? Knowing that accounting doesn't just involve data processing, it requires complex decision making, compiling of regulation, and ensuring that the rights of consumers are carried out, especially with clarity of information for both the company, the consumers, and other partners. Mr. Speaker, one of our key strengths that human expertise brings to the table, as stated by our second speaker, is emotions, which simply cannot be replaced or rendered the public sector workers. Imagine you're in a hospital bawling for pain, and a so-called artificial intelligence came up to you. These artificial intelligence don't know your pain, will never know your pain, and cannot feel pain. Every technology or system makes mistakes that we call glitches. Mr. Speaker, suppose one of these glitches were supposed to happen in an operating room or in a classroom. What would happen? Mr. Speaker, the public sector worker, whether they're healthcare professionals, social workers, education workers, or civil servants, bring with them not just the knowledge and skill, but the love and a sense of care. These emotions fuel the drive to serve communities and address real life situations or challenges people face. Proposition team, we do not say artificial intelligence does not assist in the diagnosis or administrative problems, but when people are in distress, facing loss, or struggling through hardship, it is emotional intelligence of the public sector worker that helps them navigate those situations with respect and care. It is just not worth considering, Mr. Speaker, that AI can render the public sector worker obsolete. Mr. Speaker, it is clear to say that artificial intelligence will never render our industrious public sector workers obsolete, as it comes with too much flaws, errors, no sense of pain, understanding, or emotion. That's the question still standing. Who do you trust more with your life? Or do you just care about the amount of money you as an employer will save? The answer is obvious, Mr. Speaker. We must choose life. We rest our case.
Thank you very much to the opposition reply speaker for concluding this debate for Team Mayday. We now invite the proposition reply speaker to do the very same thing for the Team Knox College.
Mr. Speaker, before I introduce my substantives, I want to point out some flaws that are in the opposition speeches. A world with idiots, stated and observed through the first speaker's speech for the opposition, is a very much flawed speech because AI has provided much more intelligence than what humans are said to have observed in this past year and over the 10 years that they have been introduced in society. They have produced many arguments that are not substantial enough to actually support what that they see as empathy that is needed in the public sector. But what we need in Jamaica and on a wider scale is results and not emotive language used in a public sector. Most human beings actually lack empathy. This is resulting in a lot of crime and violence, even in the sector that we are in, and also corruption. So, for the third speaker speech, for the reply speech, I want to speak to you about something. Vibes Cartel being incarcerated for 14 years was not due to the hands of AI or due to the hands of AI's intelligence. It was because of the lack of intelligence of the humans in that sector that caused him to be incarcerated for the 14 years that he was. And if AI was in that field, he would have been walking a free man or in shackles and chains for the crimes that he have committed. So I now move into what my first prime minister spoke of. My first prime minister would have spoken about human expertise. It's just simply not enough in this sector. AI is very much more effective as observed, accurate, and more efficient than human expertise. AI is obviously more cost effective because how much money will you have to pay 10 workers versus one AI for maintenance? AI can make automation and routine tasks quicker and reduces even the error in that automation task. My deputy prime minister would have alluded to the fact that development of AI can replicate aspects of human expertise where applicable or necessary. AI can be programmed with specific traits to carry out certain roles and purge of traits that would impact the efficiency of their execution. AI can and will be accepted in areas without issue, so long as time is considered. My opponents, if we address the situation of AI addition in the public sector, we must address the situation in countries of high proficiency. Let's analyze the thriving countries in the world classed as first world. The USA, China, and the mother of our country, the United Kingdom, along with the European countries like France and Germany, all have AI involved in the public sector already, stating that they are capable of setting national priorities, investments, and regulations for AI, and can also use it to reduce the ways in which AI in the public sector creates policies and services. Countries aim to use AI in their framework as it is listed as private, accountable, safe, and very secure. This leads me into my substantives. Based on a document published by the Observatory of Public Sector Innovation, AI will be initiated in the public sector for its skills that outweigh ones of humans in cybersecurity, especially in the banking sector. Economies of higher scale are now prioritizing high levels of security. And in the UK, the US, and China, they're stating that men simply don't cut it anymore with this task. AI in this sector of public has proven to be more proficient in the task of protecting money and info of country of scale. In my approach, given to give my judges insight on how AI's implementation in the economy, I want my judges to imagine a world where the monies that we work for are protected by an incorruptible force that is programmed to disseminate money in the economy, which will eliminate money laundering due to its monetary intelligence. Its intelligence will cause the corruption in the sector to be completely unavailable to occur. To add to this, these countries have even observed a decline in money laundering, theft, petty theft in banking systems, and unexplainable money loss. In Jamaica, we are officially facing a challenge in money laundering, white collar crimes such as scamming and petty theft, even in the seat of the Prime Minister, which is now under scrutiny. AI with its monetary intelligence can simply just be better than a person that has studied principle of accounts for over 10 years. Scamming accounts can be addressed and frozen immediately. Or prime minister accounts and frauds can easily be analyzed and proven to be true or false. Is this really a debate, my opponents? Jamaica has struggled with white collar crime and government fraudulence for over 15 years. Humans have served their time, but no, it is a time to make way for the change that will bring us closer to our goal for Jamaica, the place of choice to live, raise families, and to do business. The proposition momentarily pauses.
The opposition pauses, and this is where the work of the judges begin. We have a hard task ahead of us to determine who the winner of this hotly contested debate is. The judges will excuse themselves to a breakout room to do just that. In the interim, we invite both teams to unmute their mics and have a nice and friendly discussion about, how they felt about the debate and what transpired in the debate. The judges will be back soon with the results.
They heard you properly though. I know. Yeah.
But like, they can't use it to like.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are back. Do we have both teams, Mayday and Knox College, with us? Do we have Mayday College, Mayday High rather, and Knox College on the call? MSC.
Mayday present.
Hello, confirming. Am I being heard?
Yeah, we're hearing you, Ravan.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So we are back with the results. As you can imagine, the judges spent a very long time in deliberation. The OA will not be long because we are far behind, but the judges have come to a decision. The motion that was debated today, this House believes that AI will ultimately render human expertise in the public sector obsolete. Yes? And so necessarily the debate would have engaged whether or not AI has the requisite capabilities in order to no longer need human expertise, or is it that human expertise exists in a way that would still be absolutely needed? So what did we hear from this debate? Well, we heard quite a lot. Both teams conceded, appreciably so, to the fact that AI is a good thing, that AI streamlines productivity, it makes individuals more productive, it improves processes. And the debate boiled down to, as it should have once more, whether or not it will actually be, it should be a tool in the arsenal of a human being, or if it should replace a human being. So what did we hear? Well, we heard from the first speaker of the proposition ideas that show the benefits of AI, but ideas that were not necessarily mutually exclusive to showing that we should have AI not be a tool, but AI overtake. But we appreciated it nonetheless. They talked about how we can help in the health sector, how awesome AI is in processing applications fast and reducing weight costs in NHD, and how it can free up public routine tasks to free up public resources, which can be directed into infrastructure development. And we can see that this is a good thing. And I think Mayday as well can see that these are good things, that AI, artificial intelligence, and its use is fundamentally a good thing. And so, in that regard, we didn't think that that kind of analysis and idea really made much headway into proving whether or not AI should be replacing individuals, as opposed to the idea that it was presenting in the appreciation of the judges, that it is something that is good and efficient and productivity boosting. But then we got down into it, and then this idea came out that humans are prone to bias, and that bias is a bad thing. And that is something that we're going to have to discuss. And indeed, that was one of the turning points of this debate. Further on down in the debate, we got this analysis of whether or not AI will be able to employ empathy and the kind of soft skills that a human nature provides to a human. Empathy, the ability to appreciate another person's pain, to understand them and to give that kind of emotion. Mayday contended that AI cannot do that. Knox College contended that indeed AI can do that. AI is capable of replicating emotional intelligence and human intelligence in a way that is by and large indistinguishable from real emotional intelligence. We like that. May they put the burden of proof, rightfully so, on Knox and said, prove to me indeed how this is the case. And Knox did so. They gave us sources and articles proving that this is something that can be done. They say based on the rapid generation of AI, this is something that can be done. But what we particularly like in that analysis to say that AI is capable of replicating human emotions is this idea that came out from Knox in the cross-questioning, that human emotions are simply just chemical signals that exist within the brain. And human emotions are something that can be trained. Certainly, there are individuals that exist in society who don't have empathy. Knox questioned Mayday about that, and Mayday responded and said, we train these individuals. Knox co-opted that idea and said, in the very same way we train our AI models. And in as much as emotions are simply synapses and chemical reactions in the brain that can be learned and appreciated, then indeed AI will be able to produce something that is indistinguishable from human intelligence. Mayday contends that this is not enough. We need true human intelligence. We need a true emotion. We need true empathy. The judges fail to understand what the distinction is between a computer's ability to synthesize empathy and a human's empathy. We didn't understand fully from the team Mayday why the computer's synthesized empathy is insufficient to the human empathy if indeed both cannot be distinguished by the average human, as Knox College contends. And so on the question of whether or not an AI will be able to synthesize emotions and empathy and all those wonderful things, would have given that clash slightly to Knox, mainly again because of the proof that AI can learn emotion and because of the failure of Mayday to prove that that learned emotion from the AI is going to be insufficient, incomparable to the emotion that a human exists, and why it is that just the knowledge that this is a synthesized emotion, as genuine as it feels, is insufficient for me to feel empathized with. Now the question of flexibility came up. Yes, we heard Mayday bring up this idea that quite frankly, AI is inflexible, that AI is trained on a set amount of data, right? And then that data is going to always produce the same results. And indeed, Knox College concedes to this, in as much as they say that the AI will be able to pivot and appreciate its circumstances based on information that is fed to them. That necessarily indicates to the judges, certainly with the substantive arguments from Mayday, that there's going to be a limited lack of flexibility for the artificial intelligence to apply to situations that are novel, that are new, and that a human will be able to pivot, use their own intelligence and appreciated understanding to navigate a novel and new circumstance, one that artificial intelligence will not be able to do. Now, mark you know, we weren't so sure as to the amount of instances where AI is not going to be able to react to a novel and new circumstance. They certainly said Mayday that this is a bad thing and it's going to lead to devastating results, but we wanted that to be mechanized some more, you know, in as much as, you know, there's vast and copious amounts of data as Knox College contends. Why is these niche examples of an AI encountering a completely novel and niche collection of circumstances and producing a bad result so bad in those niche areas, those minority areas, that it is not justifiable any at all? Yes. We certainly heard that that can happen in the healthcare sector and that will lead to bad outcomes, but we wanted more mechanization on that. But regardless of that, the clash of flexibility does indeed go to Mayday. If you keep in track, 1 point Mayday, 1 point Knox. Now, this is where the debate boiled down and was a turning point of the discussion and why the judges had such a hard time on the question of bias. Knox College tells us that humans are biased, that humans can simply have a rough day and that will influence the outcomes of their decisions, and that this is bad. We need consistency, especially in the judiciary. We need consistency, Knox contends, in the healthcare sector. We need consistency, Knox contends, in these areas of our society that necessarily rely on a subjective opinion. We need those subjective opinions to be consistent and free from bias. And that is what we get from artificial intelligence. Mayday tells us that, quite frankly, the data that artificial intelligence is using to make these decisions comes from humans. And the very same humans are biased in and of themselves. The very same humans are biased in and of themselves. And so the AI is going to produce biased information. So Mayday concedes effectively that humans are biased. Humans are biased in producing that biased data. And when that biased data is fed into the AI system, it will produce bad outcomes. But here indeed was the catch-22 of it. Humans in the status quo have the ability to improve and to learn. AI can only learn in as much as data is provided to them. Mayday contends that at some point in time, that AI is going to stop being trained because there isn't any other information being provided to it. And that means that at that point in time, the AI is going to be operating on biased data ad infinitum. Yes? They contend that there is no oversight to manage this AI. And so when bad outcomes are being produced, there's going to be no one to hold the AI accountable, to check it, to do all the wonderful things, that a human expertise can do, right? Knox contended that, well, yes, human data is biased, but this is a factual bias. Now, this is where we think the Knox team would have let themselves down. A factual bias is what exactly? What exactly is the purpose of a factual bias? And why is a factual bias not as bad as a human bias? We're not sure. We're really not sure. And, we could have made assumptions as judges, but as judges, tabula rasa, we never will. And the judges fail to understand why a factual bias is a better bias than a human bias. And as much as humans, as Mayday contends, are capable of learning, capable of checking themselves, they're accountable to a higher authority, and AI, as Mayday contends, is simply not, then there is going to be no way to kind of repeal those bad decisions that AI makes based on the bad data, factual data as it may be, bad data provided by the human experience. Whereas if we continue with the human expertise, they are subject to authorities that will be able to check them and to revise them and to regulate them. Now, we thought that was a really good idea. And so the other two clashes in the debate, as well as all the other peripheral arguments, would have allowed the judges to come to the conclusion that the winner of this debate and the team that will be moving on to round 2 of the JCSA High Schools debate competition is the team in opposition, Team Mayday High School. Congratulations, Team Mayday High School. Very well played, Team Knox College. The score is separating the teams. Mayday ends on 268 points, and Knox College ends on 266 points. The best speaker of this debate comes to us from the non-winning team, that being Knox, and the best speaker of this debate is the second speaker, Summer Anderson. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure hosting you. We will now be moving on into the third match of this competition, where we'll see Clarendon College facing off against Glenmuir High School. And that match is going to be chaired by Mr. Cleveland Tomlinson, and is going to be adjudicated on the wing side by Miss Calicia Bassel. Cleveland, over to you.
Thank you, Ravon. Let me just turn on my camera so y'all can see me. Are you seeing me, Ravon? Guys. Awesome. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's get this second match started. The third match, rather. I think this is the third match, Ravon, for the day. And I'm going to ask the teams to just do a check of their camera and microphones so that we could see that everything is working so that we can get the match started. So in proposition, we have Clarendon College. In opposition, Glenmuir High School. The motion reads, This house believes that Jamaican political representatives should only should hold only Jamaican citizenship. Very interesting motion, Rabon and teams. So, are the debaters ready? We want to get started. I'm joined on the panel by Calicia Vassar, and she would have introduced herself earlier, but I'll have her open her microphone and her camera to introduce herself to you. Alicia? All right. Let's see. All right, so we want to get started. Do we have all the teams here? Can you just confirm, open and speak?
Premier High School is present.
All right, and Clarendon College?
Here.
Where is Clarendon? Where? Clarendon? No, could you speak so we can hear you, Clarendon?
We're here.
I'm not hearing.
We are here.
Oh, awesome. Is the camera, can you be visible as well? Is the camera functional? Okay, awesome. All right. Calicia, are you here with us now? Give me one moment. All right, so Calicia, are you here with us?
Yes, I'm back now.
Oh, awesome. So we're going to
Are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. I'm gonna ask Calicia to just help me with the time to monitor the time. So let's get the debate started. I invite the first proposition speaker to open the debate, and the first proposition speaker comes to us from Clarendon College. Clarendon College. 7
Yes,
minutes on the clock. Calicia will put in the chat 1 minute after 1 minute has passed. She will also put 1 minute in the chat again when 1 minute is remaining, and that's indicating that no point of information can be asked. After the first 1 minute that she'll post, it means that points of information are allowed. So just be mindful of that. So in essence, the first minute and last minute of speakers' speeches, no points of information can be asked of the speaker. All right. So let the debate begin. Over to you, Clarendon College. Clarendon College. Calicia, are you here?
Are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you, Calicia. Am I being heard? Ravon, are you hearing me?
Okay, I'll begin.
Yeah, man, I'm hearing you loud and clear.
All right, so it's Clarendon College. Are you ready?
Yes, I am ready.
Okay, you may go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed adjudicators and honorable opponents, a pleasant afternoon to you all. Mr. Speaker, the proposition stands in full support of the motion. This House believes that the Jamaican political representatives should hold only Jamaican citizenship. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me highlight and define the terms of this motion, which are political representatives and dual citizenship. Political representatives are individuals elected or appointed to act on behalf of a group, typically in a legislative body or government position, making decisions and representing the interests of their constituents. Dual citizenship is when a single person is legally recognized as a citizen of two or more countries at the same time.
As the first speaker of this House, I have to set up this debate by expounding on three valuable points: to maintain the trust of citizens, to avoid conflicting economic interests, and to avoid undermining political leaders. My second speaker, Alia Mackenzie, will rebut arguments that were raised by the opposition and touch on her points of this debate. And my third speaker, Davian Bradford, will solidify arguments that were said throughout this debate and prove why this House arguments are triumphant. Mr. Speaker, all citizens are likely to maintain trust in a political representative who has only Jamaican citizenship because such representatives may be perceived as more dedicated to the nation's interests with no conflicting loyalty. Mr. Speaker, this commitment can enhance public confidence that decisions will prioritize the welfare of the country over foreign influences. Mr. Speaker, sole citizenship status can reinforce accountability as constituents may believe the representative is fully invested in addressing local issues rather than being swayed by external interests. Mr. Speaker, as a result of this, the citizens may feel more assured that policies and actions are genuinely reflective of national priorities. Now, Mr. Speaker, when we look at the leader of the People's National Party, the Honorable Mark Golden, who was a dual citizen of both Jamaica and the United Kingdom, Mr. Speaker, if Mr. Golden did not renounce his citizenship with the citizens of Jamaica, could all agree that we would be concerned if Mr. Golden should leave the country because his actions might favor British agendas rather than reflecting national interests, thereby causing mistrust in his leadership of the country. Mr. Speaker, let's take it up a notch and look at the former Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Honorable Camilla Perez Sad. She was a dual citizen of both Trinidad and Canada. Mr. Speaker, her dual citizenship raised concerns among some voters about loyalty, commitment to national interest. Mr. Speaker, if citizens feel that their leaders have divided loyalties, it may discourage public support. According to the Jamaica Observer, a poll conducted by a comprehensive data insight agency revealed that 64.2% of Jamaicans believe that individuals with dual citizenship should not be permitted to serve as political representatives for Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, this indicates that the public may be uneasy with the idea of a leader who does not exclusively hold Jamaican citizenship governing the country. Mr. Speaker, we should all hear or consider this because as the citizens of the country, we want to ensure that our political representatives are persons that have our best interests at heart. Mr. Speaker, we should all consider the implications of leadership integrity and loyalty to our country and swaying our opinions towards favoring candidates who exclusively represent Jamaica land we love. Mr. Speaker, if a leader holds dual citizenship, there may be concerns about conflicting economic interests. Mr. Speaker, the policies they implement might benefit the other country where they also hold citizenship. In a country like Jamaica, where citizens have an opinion of the representatives that are elected to sit in parliament, it may be deemed as biased if dual citizens hold a seat. Yes, Mr. Speaker, let us discuss foreign economic influence representatives with dual citizenship might face pressure from their other country, especially if that country has ties with Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, during the 1930s, the political representatives who made up the parliament were more concerned about the interests of the British. The blacks in Jamaica at the time were denied basic rights. The British representatives prioritized their allegiance to their own country while greatly growing and dismissing the rights of Jamaican citizens. Now, Mr. Speaker, the citizens of Jamaica should care deeply about my argument and take it into consideration because we should all understand these historical tensions and the implications of having political representatives who have dual citizenship. We as citizens should advocate for leaders, Mr. Speaker, who are sole citizens to represent our country and foster unity. Mr. Speaker, not only will economic conflicting interests affect us as citizens, it will also dispossess Jamaican representatives of political leadership positions. Yes, Mr. Speaker, possible candidates who are capable of fulfilling the roles of the positions will be intimidated by the running candidates who are citizens of other first world countries. Amidst the fact that it is under the Constitution, specifically Section 44, that political leaders should hold only Jamaican citizenship or be from a Commonwealth country to reduce opportunities for the persons with a mediocre background. Mr. Speaker, individuals with dual citizenship can have more influence and negotiation power. This situation, Mr. Speaker, can create an imbalance where leaders with sole citizenship may feel overshadowed, potentially fearing that their voices and interests will be sidelined in favor of those who can leverage their ties to foreign countries. Mr. Speaker, citizens of Jamaica should take this into consideration because as citizens, we could feel as if our voices and concerns are being overshadowed by outside influences. Mr. Speaker, the other reason why we should all care and take this argument into consideration is because the proposition believes that the Constitution is important. Whether you like it or not, Mr. Speaker, the law is the law and everyone should uphold the laws of the land. Mr. Speaker, the opposition agreeing that political representatives should have dual citizenship is telling us that the politicians should disobey the law. We should not be so. All citizens, Mr. Speaker, should uphold the law. Mr. Speaker, the proposition stands in firm support. We stand in full support, Mr. Speaker, that Jamaican political representatives should hold only Jamaican citizenship. The proposition rests for now.
Thank you, first proposition speaker, for defending the motion that Jamaican politicians should only possess Jamaican citizenship. Let's take the contribution from the first opposition speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, and esteemed proposition, good day. I'd like to invite you to imagine a small island where everyone, whether from faraway lands or from distant shores, brings something unique, building a prosperous and resilient nation together. This is a Jamaica we are striving for, a melting pot of cultures. Now consider Janisha, born in Jamaica but educated in the United States, returning with dual citizenship and fresh ideas, ready to serve her homeland. She embodies our motto, out of many one people. Yet some would deny her this opportunity due to her dual citizenship. This motion is not only restrictive, but also undermines Jamaica's growth in a globalized world. Now I will rebut one of the notions alluded to by our proposition. So according to the Oxford Dictionary, a conflict of interest is a situation in which the concerns or aims of two different parties are incompatible. Now, addressing the notion that having only Jamaican citizenship prevents conflicts of interest, this is a misconception. Persons who have more than one citizenship can serve Jamaica loyally and effectively. In fact, being in such a situation enhances a representative's ability to engage with the world, advocate for Jamaica abroad, and create opportunities for trade, diplomacy, and investment. Citizenship status is not what holds us accountable, it is the law of the country. Jamaica has already had systems of checks and balances in place to ensure that political leaders prioritize national interests. These systems can be strengthened to prevent conflict of interest without resorting to an exclusionary policy. Now I'll be defining the key terms. So according to the Cambridge English Dictionary, believes refers to thinking something is true or real, and Jamaican, of course, refers to belonging to Jamaica or its people. Political concerns the job of holding power in government, and a representative is someone who officially speaks or acts on behalf of others. Should implies necessity or rightness, while hold means to possess or to have at one's disposal, and only means solely or exclusively. Citizenship is a state of being a member of a country with accompanying rights. From this, we posit that a political representative is someone who holds a position of power in government and officially speaks or acts on behalf of others. So the moot suggests that only those with exclusive Jamaican citizenship should serve as political representatives, a deeply flawed stance. While Jamaican citizenship is essential, holding...
Point of information?
Yes.
Do you have any evidence or example of where leaders with dual citizenship prove their loyalty or dedication to our country?
Mark Golden. Okay, so while Jamaican citizenship is essential in holding additional citizenships should not disqualify committed qualified individuals. What truly matters is their dedication to Jamaica, not the number of passports that they hold. So from this we can say that the opposition firmly believes that Jamaican political representatives need not hold only Jamaican citizenships. Henceforth, we will be referring to persons with multiple citizenships as MCs. So our arguments, they are simple, but they are based. It is not illegal for persons to hold more than one citizenship to serve Jamaica politically, based on our definition of political representative. There are various ways to obtain multiple citizenships. I will not be accepting that. And excluding persons on the basis of citizenship is discriminatory. Our second and third speakers will cover the following. MCs are valuable assets to Jamaica, contributing economically and bringing expertise from abroad. Aligning with global standards has been beneficial to Jamaican development, and limiting the citizenship of our political representatives is limiting the talent and knowledge of our government. So in section 40.2 of the Jamaican Constitution, it specifies that no one shall be qualified to serve as a senator or a member of House of Representatives if they hold allegiance to the foreign power. However, in section 39, it provides that a parliamentary candidate must be a Commonwealth citizen and have resided in Jamaica for the preceding 12 months. This demonstrates that the Constitution already strikes a balance, allowing individuals with broader ties to the Commonwealth to serve, provided their allegiance to Jamaica is clear. Thus, disqualifying such citizens from political office contradicts this inclusive spirit. To be completely clear, it is not illegal for persons with multiple citizenships to be Jamaican political representatives once they meet all the other criteria. There are many Jamaican-born citizens that migrate overseas for better opportunities, parents who fall for their children's residency, and men and women who marry foreigners. To leave the immense opportunities abroad and return to serve one's community is very patriotic, and yet the proposition is attempting to spare and disregard to the sacrifice. What a scandal! Moreover, there are no laws or legislations barring persons who hold more than one citizenship from holding a political office. So why discriminate against ambitious Jamaicans who seek to improve themselves and in turn contribute to their country? Their loyalty to Jamaica is not diminished by the decision to nationalize elsewhere. There are several ways to hold multiple citizenships, such as birth, marriage, or naturalization, with many in the diaspora born into dual citizenship without choice. Despite their strong ties to Jamaica, these individuals may be unfairly barred from political office due to their dual nationality. The government's suggestion to prohibit them from holding office is unreasonable and discriminatory, limiting access to valuable skills and global perspective.
Point of information.
Embracing persons. I will accept this.
How are you sure that such leaders would be dedicated to our country if they have dual citizenship?
Are they not Jamaicans? What is the metric that you are using to define a true Jamaican? They hold Jamaican citizenship and they are greatly patriotic towards our country. Considering that they would seek to serve in the political system, they are demonstrating a desire and passion to benefit for our country that many Jamaicans do not have the drive or the confidence to do. So we should not discredit them in any way, shape, or form. So barring Jamaicans from political office blocks highly qualified individuals with valuable international experience from contributing to their homeland. Their dual citizenship strengthens global ties and offers unique insights that can elevate Jamaica's position on the world stage. An excerpt from the Caribbean Policy Research Institute's paper titled Dual Citizenship and Political Representation in Jamaica, Insights from Comparative Research says, there are clear costs attached to the law barring political representation by dual citizens. Although a precise quantification is difficult, it appears that the losses in productivity in the political system are not significant, and that these would quite likely show up in the quality of political representation given to Jamaicans. Excluding dual citizens or MCs from political representation, it limits the pool of qualified candidates and stifles the new ideas in our political system. This can lead to stagnation in policy development and a failure to meet the diverse needs of our society. In conclusion, we have shown that allowing persons with multiple citizenship not only strengthens Jamaica's global presence, but also expands political and economic opportunities. Restricting political representatives to only Jamaican citizenship would be a step backward for our nation. MCs with their diverse backgrounds, they can serve Jamaica just as loyally. And our second speaker will delve deeper into this argument, reinforcing our position that Jamaica's future depends on inclusion, not exclusion. I thank you.
Thank you, first opposition speaker. Let's take the contribution from a second proposition speaker. And please, I'm asking the teams to send the names of their team members and the speaking positions in the chat. That's very important. So Glenmuir and Clarendon College, please send first speaker, second speaker, reply speaker in the chat now. That's very, very, very important. Please. All right, let's take the second proposition speaker.
Esteemed judges, timekeepers, my most worthy opponents, and my fellow teammates, a very good afternoon to you all. I am Alia McKenzie, the second speaker on the side of the proposition, and I stand resolute supporting this honorable house, which prefers to believe that Jamaican politicians should only hold Jamaican citizenship. Firstly, I would like to rebut a few points that the first speaker of the opposition mentioned. One, she says that if a person who was born in Jamaica and studied in the UK was to come to Jamaica and serve her people, she would bring about a broad range of knowledge. However, is this knowledge confined to her citizenship? If she has the best interest for Jamaica at heart and intend to serve only Jamaica, why can't she simply renounce her certain citizenship to prove her loyalty to the people? Secondly, Mark Golden, to prove his loyalty, renounced his citizenship of England. And he also did not have the chance to prove any loyalty right now since he is not elected as the Prime Minister. I now present my point. Allowing dual citizens to represent the people of Jamaica, both in Parliament and on a global scale, raises some legal and ethical concerns. Mr. Speaker, when I say this, I do not simply refer to the Constitution of Jamaica, which in Section 44 states that dual citizens who do not have citizenship with a Commonwealth country should not be able to serve as a Jamaican politician. The first speaker mentioned that it is not illegal. However, if it is against the Constitution, it is therefore illegal. Though this, Mr. Speaker, is true, when I speak of this, I think of the legal challenges relating to accountability that may possibly be faced due to the fact that the politician is a dual citizen. As stated by my first speaker in our speech, citizens are given the rights and protection of each country they are a citizen of. Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that we consider this matter when we think of accountability. There's a possibility that a politician who also has a foreign citizenship may flee from their responsibilities in Parliament when they have made a decision in the country.
Point of information.
Accepted.
It is not, in the Constitution, it is stated it is not illegal. Where are you getting that it's against the Constitution? What are you using as a source for that?
I am using the Constitution in Section 44 as a source for that statement. I now continue with my argument. They may flee the country if a decision they made caused negative effects to the country or they broke laws in the Constitution. For example, bribing or money laundering or manipulating information, among other political offenses or crimes, targeting a government. And in this case, Mr. Speaker, it would be our government. Mr. Speaker, this means that the politicians, depending on their personal character, may take advantage of the situation that they are a dual citizenship. This may not be a major issue if Jamaica could easily request an extradition, which is to formally request the return of the said politician so they can be reprimanded or tried in court in Jamaica for their actions. However, it is not a simple task. According to the Organized Crime Convention in Article 16 of the European Union, to summarize, it states that a country may attempt to extradite a national or citizen, but the state or country, as long as they're a citizen, has no obligation to surrender the person if the person is also a citizen of their country. In addition to that, due to a non-discrimination clause, politicians and dual citizens are not exempt from this rule. Mr. Speaker, I understand that different countries have different laws overall. However, most countries go by a similar principle, and they have every right, Mr. Speaker, to protect their citizens. Mr. Speaker,
Point of information. Can I ascertain as to exactly where you got the information that the other countries are not held to the same standard of allowing dual citizens to be political representatives?
I will address that point later. Mr. Speaker, so they can be protected by another countries while they have wronged and deceived our people. Mr. Speaker, this is not the case if politicians were to only have Jamaican citizenship. Regardless of the country, they are obligated to respond positively to an extradition request from Jamaica. My opponents may argue that citizens or politicians with dual citizenship will have to be tried regardless of the country if they were to break a law in the Constitution. However, it is important to note that other than international laws and punishments for disobeying them are very dependent on the constitution of each country. So yes, they may go against the constitution in Jamaica. However, it may not necessarily mean they will be punished in another country, or in the other country will feel a greater need to protect them if the said politician did not go against something in their constitution. The same can be said for international crime sometimes, depending on the crime and the countries involved. Take, for example, this case recorded in the United States in the 1930s. A young woman who was a dual citizen of Mexico and the US was accused of committing murder in Mexico. However, she fled to Texas to avoid responsibility and was protected by the US when Mexico requested her extradition. Now, Mr. Speaker, I understand that this woman is not a politician. However, dual citizens, regardless of their career, are privileged to such rights. And this is even more true if they did not break a law in the constitution of their second country, and if it was a minor crime. Mr. Speaker, it is a huge risk for politicians having. I rest for now. Thank you.
Thank you, second proposition speaker. Let's take the contribution from the second opposition speaker. Here.
Let me reiterate that according to Section 39 of the Constitution, as long as the second citizenship is a part of the Commonwealth, it is not illegal. Adjudicators and opponents, a pleasant good afternoon. Let me reiterate that we completely reject the discriminatory nature of the motion that suggests Jamaican political representatives should only hold Jamaican citizenship. Citizens with multiple citizenships are not just a potential resource for Jamaica. They are strategic assets that we can't afford to overlook in today's political and economic climate. Following my opposition leader, I will be referring to citizens with multiple citizenships as MCs. Let me be absolutely clear. Jamaicans with more than one citizenship are still Jamaicans. Jamaicans in the diaspora act as cultural ambassadors, and because they have represented Jamaica overseas, they are uniquely qualified to represent Jamaicans as political representatives. MCs, particularly those who return home, are uniquely positioned to advance our national interests. This makes them essential in positioning Jamaica to compete on the world stage and to secure its place as a strong sovereign nation in an increasingly interconnected global community. Many MCs are returning residents. These individuals don't just return with money, they return with strategic expertise. They've lived overseas in countries with more stable economies and political systems and have learned what it takes to succeed in challenging environments. This is about diplomatic advantage. They know how to navigate international regulations and advocate for Jamaica's interests in ways that go far beyond simple economic gains. The Jamaica Observer's article titled "Dual Citizens Are Assets" says, and I quote, Nick Perry, the current US ambassador to Jamaica, for instance, is American but Jamaican born. Mr. Perry was not excluded from being an ambassador to Jamaica despite his dual citizenship. Mr. Perry is the perfect strategic asset for this country as he understands Jamaica politically, socially, and economically. His dual citizenship is an advantage in getting Jamaica's voice heard in powerful diplomatic spaces. Let us learn a lesson from our neighbors to the north. MCs should not be excluded from our political atmosphere. They have the right to serve Jamaica politically should they choose to. Should any one of us here choose to go overseas to pursue higher education and we choose to return to Jamaica and want to aid in the development of this country, the government is saying we have less of a right to serve Jamaica politically than a naturalized citizen from another country who has significantly weaker ties to Jamaica but has only Jamaican citizenship. Mr. Speaker, instead of the government focusing on limiting potential politicians based on the insignificant basis of their dual citizenship, the government should be more focused on the foreseeable betterment of Jamaica should they choose to serve in public office. The value of MCs doesn't just end with individual contributions. However, Jamaica has an even greater opportunity by embracing their political involvement. Some of the world's most powerful nations, such as Canada and England, and not just them, but according to an article written by the Jamaica Observer, France, Austria, and Israel allow their dual citizens to represent them politically, recognizing the unique perspective and skills they offer. So if these global powerhouses can successfully implement these policies, Mr. Speaker, we, the opposition, believe that Jamaica, a smaller and less developed nation, should embrace this global standard and strengthen our international relationships by aligning with these global norms. Before you think to yourself, so should Jamaica only fall in line because these first world countries do so? Remember that Jamaica has followed global norms before. Jamaica last carried out capital punishment in 1988 on an execution warrant signed by the then Attorney General Oswald Harding, the Jamaica Observer 2015. The impact has been clear. It strengthened our international reputation, aligned us with global human rights standards, and opened the door to deeper diplomatic relationships. Similarly, embracing MCs in our political system would be a natural continuation of this trend. Just as moving away from capital punishment improved Jamaica's global standing, adopting the international norm of allowing MCs to participate politically could yield significant benefits. This isn't about imitation, it's about strategy. This is a calculated move that strengthens Jamaica's diplomatic ties with these powerful nations. It signals to the world that Jamaica is committed to modern and inclusive governance. This would position us more strategically on the global stage, aligning Jamaica with countries that leverage the full potential of their citizens, both at home and abroad, further cementing our place as a forward-thinking nation in the international arena. In conclusion, Jamaicans with multiple citizenships, MCs, are invaluable assets to the nation, both politically and economically. Their unique experiences abroad equip them with skills and insights that can help Jamaica thrive on the global stage. Excluding them from political representation based on their dual citizenship is a missed opportunity. Instead, we should embrace their contributions, much like other successful nations do. By allowing MCs to serve in public office, Jamaica can align with global norms, enhance diplomatic ties, and demonstrate its commitment to inclusive governance. Following global norms has proven to be beneficial to Jamaica's development, so let us continue the trend in this aspect. This is why, Mr. Speaker, this opposition believes dual citizenship should not hinder one's ability to serve their country. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, second opposition speaker. The debate will transition to the period of cross-questioning, and we're going to begin with the proposition team taking questions from the opposition. Or in other words, the opposition will ask the proposition team questions for a period of 5 minutes. Questions must be asked within 20 seconds, responses should be given within 40 seconds, and then we'll have the converse of that, whereby the proposition will ask the opposition questions. So let's begin. Opposition, get your questions ready now so you can put them to the proposition team. All right, let's go. So Glenmuir. No, we're not hearing you. Not hearing you at all.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I want to ask the proposition, do you think that we're living in an era where having a strong lineage to grow?
No, not hearing you now.
Do you think that living in an era where having a strong linkage with growing countries will cause our little country to gain benefits or even alliance?
Yeah, my opponent, global. So, we can benefit from globalization by other means. For example, tourism, cultural exchange, which can also develop the economic.
If the relationship creates If dual citizenship creates divided loyalty, how do you explain the loyalty of many Jamaicans abroad who contribute significantly to the economy and politics through remittances and advocacy?
My opponents, are you suggesting that Jamaicans should allow their politicians to have dual citizenship if you are fully aware that they can avoid responsibility any point in the future as a result of this decision?
Just to clarify, was that a response? Because we weren't hearing properly.
Okay, my opponents, I fully explained the point that dual citizens in politics can avoid responsibility and still have the full protection of the country they are dual citizen of. Are you suggesting that Jamaican politicians should have dual citizenship, fully knowing that they can avoid responsibility in the future as a result of this decision?
Can you guarantee that politicians with only Jamaican citizenship will always act in the best interest of Jamaica, even if they have a strong economic or personal ties to foreign nations?
Just that question, we can look at our own finance minister, Minister Nigel Clark. Minister Nigel Clark was a sole citizen of Jamaica, and he managed to move on to the IMF because of his performance. He contributed many things to the finance ministry. So we can look at Minister Nigel Clark as one of our own political representatives who managed to represent Jamaica without any external knowledge or loyalties.
Again, I raise the question. I asked, he left. He had a sole citizenship and he's leaving politicians to go into another organization. Again, dual citizenship wasn't the issue here. He chose to leave. So again, would having more than one citizenship affect this? Would you see it differently? Would you see his tenure as a politician differently because he had a dual citizenship? Or are you simply okay with him leaving just because he had a sole citizenship?
Are you in, since I'm not hearing an answer, but to move on to our next question. So are you insinuating that politicians who have more than one citizenship are incapable of leading the country effectively as opposed to someone who doesn't?
We need politicians that are loyal, who can prove that they are loyal through renouncing their citizenship to other countries. What we are saying is that we want our politicians here to be free of all foreign powers and obligations.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but do you believe that true loyalty lies in one's citizenships? Leaders can also get enticing opportunities that will put the country in a position of losing an influential person who doesn't hold a dual citizenship, as referred to by your other speaker just now in her answer.
It seems that our proposition does not answer that question, so I'll ask another question. Is it fair to exclude competent and patriotic Jamaicans from political office simply because they hold a second citizenship, when their skills and experience could hold benefit to the country? Why is dual citizenship the metric we're going by?
To address that question, having dual citizenship does not
We are not hearing you.
We are not able to hear you. If you could kindly repeat.
Are you hearing us?
Yes, we are.
All right, so I think we've reached the end of the questioning, right, Kalisa? So you signaling to them that no more question.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. All right, so let's move now to the period where we will have the proposition team asking the opposition questions.
So with the global nature of politics, why do representatives need to have broader citizenship?
I'm not hearing you so clearly. Yeah.
Are you hearing me?
You're a bit low. Maybe you want to position yourself more directly.
Are you hearing me better now?
Much better. Yes.
Okay, so with the global nature of politics, why do representatives need to have broader citizenship to navigate issues effectively?
Plus, okay, it seems that our opposition is not understanding. The opposition is saying that we don't need, it is not a need. We are saying that it is a plus as a political representative. It is saying that with the dual citizenship, you have experienced other cultures, you have experienced different aspects, you have went through different things, and a dual citizenship is a sign of this prosperity, right? That is what we're saying. We're saying that to become prime minister, we're not saying that to become prime minister, you need a dual citizenship. We're saying that if you have one, we won't force you to renounce it. We're saying that if you have one, it is okay for you to have it because it is an experience that you have learned that will help you to continue to push the country forward.
So are you trying to insinuate that if sole citizens do not have any experience, are you trying to say that they won't be effective leaders for our country?
No, we are not saying that. Again, we're not saying that. We are saying that the metric should not be your civic status. We're saying that there are many other things that the government and the law has put into place that is going to determine your status or determine your liability or your capability as a political representative. We are saying that if you are a sole citizenship status, if that's what you have, that is okay. Okay, and dual citizenship is a plus. It is a plus and it is okay. And as Jamaicans, we should not force persons who have better themselves to renounce the achievements they have. Thank you.
It will be effective.
Can you repeat your question, please? We did not hear.
Could you kindly repeat?
You may go ahead with the question again, Clarendon College.
Next question. Political representatives who know the Constitution and still join the Parliament who willingly break the law, how could you support these individuals representing the country?
According to Section 39 of the Constitution, it is not illegal for persons who hold multiple citizenships to be a political representative in the country. In fact, it states that the main qualifying factor that determines whether someone is able to serve as a political representative is if they are a member of the Commonwealth and they are reside in Jamaica for the past 12 months. So it is not illegal, in fact.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Are you hearing me?
If you're asking a question, we can't hear you. I'm so sorry.
Are you hearing me now?
I am hearing you. Glenmuir, are you able to hear them?
Can they repeat the question, please?
Yeah, we're
Okay,
here
so
at Clarendon College, yeah.
You constantly mention that citizens who are a part of the Commonwealth, it is okay for them to have dual citizenship. What about the leaders or the representatives who are not a part of the Commonwealth? How do you address that situation?
It is simple. Really and truly, we are following the Constitution. if a Jamaican political representative has a citizenship to a country outside of the Commonwealth, it is simple. They have to renounce it because it is illegal in that sense. However, if they have a citizenship to a country in the Commonwealth, it is not illegal and they don't have to renounce their citizenship.
You are saying that they should renounce the citizenship. However, you are in support that Jamaican political representatives should have dual citizenship. So how are you saying that they should renounce citizenship if that's the case?
We are not saying that they should have dual citizenship. Instead, we are suggesting that having or holding Jamaican citizenship only should not be the only metric over on which it is judged that person should be able to be political representatives. Instead, we are saying other factors should be taken into play. For example, as stated in the Constitution, the duration of time, and of course, if the person has a citizenship of a place that is not a part of the Commonwealth, then they would not be qualified to serve as political representatives. But once they have citizenship within the Commonwealth, then there's no reason at all for them to renounce it because they are qualified according to the Constitution. That they are following the law. It's not illegal. It's perfectly legal, in fact, and advantageous.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for that rather interesting period of cross-questioning. The debate will pause for 1 minute, and we will give this minute to allow the reply speakers to put the finishing touches on their arguments, and then we'll take the opposition reply speaker, followed by the final speaker in the debate, the proposition reply speaker. Hear, hear.
Thank you very much.
The 1 minute is up now, Cleveland.
Thank you very much, Alicia. All right, so 1 minute has ended. Let's take the opposition reply speaker for 5 minutes. And before the opposition reply speaker come, just a reminder again to Clarendon. I'm so sorry, Clarendon. You have set the names. Thank you very much. Let's take the opposition reply speaker.
Adjudicators. Okay, hold on. Adjudicators, fellow teammates, and proposition team, a blessed good afternoon to you all. We, the opposition, completely denounce the mere thought that Jamaican political representatives should hold only Jamaican citizenship. We believe that puts our country at a disadvantage when we need the advantage to move forward from a third world country to a first world country. With opposition wonders why exactly a dual citizenship is a metric, right? The same crimes a dual citizenship could commit in a political space is the same one as source citizenship holding Jamaican could commit. Therefore, we the opposition believe that what should be called into question is not their civic status, but their integrity. Our opposition seems to bring the point of escaping the country using a dual citizenship when they commit crimes that are detrimental towards our political status. However, we the opposition is saying that there are multiple ways for you to leave the country, for you to run away from the country. Many ways such as marriage, a visa, or seeking asylum somewhere else. Therefore, a dual citizenship isn't what is supposed to be held as a metric. Mr. Speaker, this opposition believes limiting the citizenship of our political representatives is limiting the talent and knowledge pool of our government. Jamaica consistently suffers from detrimental brain drain. Jamaicans leave their home country to be educated or gain work experience in a variety of developed nations. During this time, experience and knowledge is gained and can be essential in different places of power, from the notable position of Prime Minister to make a big and noticeable impact, or to more local positions such as a councillor to make a smaller but needed impact on our country's people. Using a restrictive civic status metric as a main criteria to determine prospective politicians is just silly and outright reckless. The International Organization of Migration says, and I quote, over the past several decades, close to 1 million Jamaicans have immigrated to the United Kingdom, the United States, and Canada. Recent approximations indicate that over 80% of Jamaicans with tertiary level education and living outside of Jamaica were trained in Jamaica. In fact, it is often said that as many Jamaicans live abroad as those who remain on the island. End quote. This means there are a significant number of Jamaican born and Jamaican trained professionals living in more developed countries. This opposition continuously wonders, if a restrictive civic status may deter Jamaicans from returning and serving their country. A dual citizenship is a major achievement for any Jamaican. Why this opposition wonders why they have to let it up. With this in mind, an article by Our Today says of 177 countries, Jamaica marks second place on the brain drain index. With this in mind, an article by Our Today, Jamaica marks second place on the brain drain index with a 9.1 on a scale of 10. Zeroing in on Jamaica's most recent crisis within education, an interview with the president of the JTA, Leighton Johnson, says that in the previous 2 years, Jamaica has lost 10% of its teachers. The brain drain is due to ambition and need for prosperity, causing them to seek opportunities abroad and not because of a lack of patriotism. Therefore, this opposition believes that when our educated people return, they should be able to serve their country as a political representative. A Jamaica with many citizenship will always be a Jamaican because, as our motto says, out of many, we are one. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Second reply speaker for the opposition. Let's take the final speaker in the debate, the proposition reply speaker. Here, here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
Okay. Opponents, you have stated that political representatives are Jamaican, so they will be loyal to Jamaica, even though they have dual citizenship. But let's take, for instance, former Prime Minister Bruce Golding. The controversy surrounding former Prime Minister Bruce Golding citizenship status significantly impacted public trust in his leadership. Voters become increasingly concerned that their prime minister might not wholly devoted to addressing Jamaica's pressing issues. This distrust was exacerbated by political fallout from the Coke extradition saga, which eventually led to golden recognition. My opponents, let's revisit the Constitution, Section 44. Are you guys aware that foreign citizens and dual citizens cannot sit in parliament outside of the Commonwealth? Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly support the compelling argument put forth by both my first and second speaker. The significance of sole citizenship in our political leaders cannot be overstated enough. It ensures unwavering dedication to Jamaica's interests and devoted loyalty to the people of Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, during Golden administration, Jamaica experienced significant issues related to crime and security. Decisions made during his tenure, particularly regarding the extradition of the alleged drug lord, Christopher Duduscope, were conscientious. Golden's perceived hesitation in extraditing Coke, who was linked to drug trafficking charges, was interpreted by many as being influenced by dual citizenship status. This situation further fueled the suspicion about his loyalty and priorities, leading to public cry out. My opponents, Jamaicans can hold our people accountable without interference from another country. Their knowledge will not be confined to their citizenship. Once they gain the knowledge once they gain the knowledge again, they can't unlearn. If hence, they can still represent Jamaica if they so desire effectively. Mr. Speaker, Japan is known for a strong sense of national identity and unity, which is partially reinforced by its law. The country does not generally allow dual citizenship, which means that individuals seeking to become Japanese citizens must renounce their previous nationalities. This policy has significantly implications for political representation and national government. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all the debaters for a very interesting debate. We will deliberate now, so we'll be back with you shortly. Kalisa and I will move to have that deliberation now. Hey, Raban, is there Hey, Raban, are you still with us?
Hey, Cleveland. Yes, man, I am here.
Could you put us in that breakout room there?
Absolutely, no problem. All right. Oh, hold on. There you go.
Mm-hmm. 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 All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Barrett. Thank you. All right. Will do. Will do. Will do. All right. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
May I speak to the head judge, please, if he's still in the meeting?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and we apologize for the length of time that it took. It's only indicative of the very high quality of debate that we saw a while ago. So let's get into the justification for the results, and I'll share the results first, the justification, then the points. So winning this match is a team in opposition from Glenmuir High School, and a valiant effort, and they put up a good fight from Clarendon College, so we want to commend them as well. Why are the results as they are? We heard from proposition this beautiful principle that that a political representative should have sole allegiance to the country he's representing. So there should be no dual allegiance. So a political representative should not swear allegiance to any foreign power. And therefore, that political representative should have sole citizenship in the country that he's representing. Because having allegiance to a foreign power is essentially tantamount to swearing allegiance to that foreign power. So that's the principle that they exposed. Opposition challenged that principle. But what was important to note was the consequences of the principle that proposition exposed. Proposition says, when you have a politician, a political representative with dual interests, you will find that they will push through legislations, enact policies, act in ways that may favor the interests of the foreign entity over the interests of the country that they are representing. And they contend that that is hugely problematic for the state of affairs of the country that they are representing. When we look at what was presented from opposition contended that that is not necessarily a consequence that could not emerge in a situation where an individual does not have dual citizenship. So in essence, opposition is saying the very same concern that you have expressed could happen in a context where there is dual citizenship can also exist in a context where there is no dual citizenship. So in essence, opposition contends that your requirement of having singular citizenship does not necessarily solve the issue whereby a political representative may act outside of the interests of the country that they're representing, given that they can be influenced, encouraged, incentivized, bribed by foreign powers through to whatever kind of lucrative incentives that may be presented to them. So in essence, on that particular clash, as to whether or not dual citizenship or the removal of dual citizenship will result in the interest of the domestic country being championed more, we think that opposition responded sufficiently to that, weakening the potential of the occurrence of what proposition would have articulated. Furthermore, what became a bit difficult for proposition in the debate was for them to establish practical ramifications of having dual citizenship. So yes, in theory, in principle, it will sound lovely that if you're representing X country, that your loyalty must solely be pledged to X country. However, when it comes to identifying what are the real consequences that could come out of this, outside of the consequence that was expressed first about enacting policies that favor foreign countries, which was adequately responded to from opposition, we didn't get much consequence, any further consequence really, that would be material enough to say that, okay, I think this rises to a sufficient level of concern that warrants us enacting a policy that says no dual citizens should sit in the parliament. Furthermore, that must be weighed against the context of the opportunity costs of excluding dual citizens from the parliament, which is what opposition highlighted. You know, albeit not using the term opportunity cost, but in essence identifying that we run the risk of excluding people who are very experienced and very qualified, who would have served time in the diaspora, would have been very involved in the development trajectory of the country. We exclude them from participating in the democratic process of the country through presenting themselves as representatives if we go ahead with this uh, um, uh, no dual citizenship arrangement. And they contend that not only is it unfair, but we may not be acting in our best interest when we're depriving ourselves as a country from tapping into the talents, capacities, and the immense experiences that these individuals have. Plus, they also question the fact that it is perhaps unfair for us to question these people's loyalty, the loyalty of people in the diaspora, for the country, Jamaica, because they simply would have lived or resided in the diaspora for some time. So again, we thought that there was a bit of deficit on the part of proposition in establishing some practical ramifications that warrant, excluding dual citizens from the parliament, so much so that even if we were to go ahead with doing this, notwithstanding the benefits that we lose from tapping into these talent, it is still justifiable. That sort of explanation was necessary. And because we're behind, I don't want to prolong the explanation, but that was a summary of what led the panel to determine that opposition has triumphed in this debate. And they triumphed on 270 points, and coming close to behind on 262 points is Clarendon College. The best debater is the second opposition speaker from Glenmore High School. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Ms. Roses, and we hope you all have a lovely rest of the day. Thank you.
Do we have the other teams with us?
Good afternoon. Monroe College is present. I'm not seeing Eltham High on. I would have spoken to Mr. Barrett about my concern in regards to timing. He did say to inform you that we have the right to reserve a win after delivering our speech if the other team is not on.
Right, so if the other team does not show, you will present your speeches, the panel will question you, but you will still advance, but you will have to be subjected to some questioning for us to, interrogate the quality of the arguments that you're bringing.
No problem.
Yes.
How soon?
Let's just try to get in contact with the other team before we prematurely conclude that they are not coming. Yes.
No problem.
Indeed, I'll be doing just that.
Yeah.
Cleveland, you can go ahead here, else I will not be joining. Hey, Cleveland, are you guys hearing me?
Yeah, we are.
So we will proceed. Elsa will not be joining us today, and so we will be asking points of information from them. Cleveland, you know the format, but is Monroe here?
They were.
Oh. Yeah, so Monroe will get an automatic advancement. Let me give them a shout.
Yeah.
Hey guys, Rabon, Kalicia, are we here?
Yeah, we're here. It's been confirmed that Eltham won't be joining, so.
Okay, let me take this call. Hello?
Hi, Miss Stefan Blair Rename. Oh, that's a lovely name.
I think that's supposed to rename Avon.
Oh, is that the Monroe team? Ah, there we go.
Wow. I'm not going to forget that, by the way.
No, we don't talk about that. All right. So Monroe College, are you on the call with us?
Good afternoon again. Yes, we are.
All right, Monroe. So Elsom High has tendered their forfeiture from this competition. That means
Okay.
that Monroe High, let me unmute my camera so you're not talking to a screen. Monroe College will get an automatic advancement to the next round of this competition.
Okay.
Yes, as Cleva would have explained earlier, what's going to happen is that you're going to be presenting your speeches. The judges are going to be asking points of information, and you must answer all the points of information. We're going to use you're responding to the points of information, the way you assess, understand the question, and respond to it critically, along with the contents of your speech, and that will determine your speaker points. All right.
Okay. All right.
And
Thank you.
because you have no opponents, you won't be engaging in the cross questioning. You'll get an automatic 75% for cross questioning and an automatic 75% for your reply speech. Those two aspects of the debate, we won't hear them. You get default scores of 75% for them.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So you can just tell us when we can begin and.
Indeed. So Mr. Cleveland Tomlinson will be the chair judge for this round. Cleveland, are you with us? Are you ready? And again, Team Monroe, thank you so much for your patience. I know that we are running behind schedule by not an inconsequential amount of time, and we appreciate your patience.
You're welcome.
All right, Cleveland, over to you.
Krishnan and Ajani, ready?
Yes, hello.
Good afternoon.
Yes. So Rabon, we'll just proceed with hearing their speeches, right?
And asking the points of information, indeed.
Right. All right. So just to note that during this segment, we can ask you as many POIs as we choose. We can stop you at any point to ask the POI. We can also stop you when we think we have heard enough of the speech already, when we get a general sense of where the thought processes are. So we don't have to listen to the entirety of the speeches. We may
Okay.
choose. And we can ask you, as many POIs, and you are not in a position to, reject POIs,
Got it.
because you're already moving on, so
Got
you
it. Got
must
it.
be
Got it.
subjected to
We're
some
just working for the
rigor.
points at this point. Well, right.
Right.
All right. Noted. Noted. Noted.
So let's
All
go
right.
ahead to hear the first speaker, and let's hear the case.
I'll get it. Cool.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello?
Oh, good afternoon. We're here. We're here, right here with you.
So you want me to just start?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Speaker, honorable judges, members of this House, the opposition stand resolute in opposing the motion that this House believes that a pay-per-performance system in the public sector provides a net benefit. As opposition leader, I will outline a plethora of flaws that this system poses. My deputy, opposition speaker, will further add deeper context to the motion and reaffirm the stance of side opposition. The proposition's claim, while well-intentioned, is fundamentally flawed. Their plans overlook specific realities of Jamaica's public sector. Paper performance system in this context would not improve outcomes. Instead, it would amplify existing inequalities, exacerbate corruption, and lower worker morale, all while failing to address structural inefficiencies that truly plague the public sector. It is a simplistic solution to a complex problem, and we reject it. The government might paint the view that a more efficient public sector, one where workers are rewarded based on their performance, and inefficiency is supposedly optimized. However, this assumption is only possible in a dystopian society. Let me tell you why. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, performance in the public sector is difficult, near impossible to measure fairly and uniformly. Jamaica land we love has been plagued by various corruption scandals for decades now. The opposition look towards a bright future, eradicating these long-term issues. However, it seems as if side government has lost their bearings, as implementing a performance system lends itself to exacerbating our problems. This will encourage short-term focus, much like that outside of government, as employees will prioritize activities that are easily measured over those that may have long-term benefits and may even go to the extent of over-meriting their work just to get some, extra ching-ching. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, such system enhances the competitiveness between employees. As such, employees may be less likely to participate in teamwork-related activities as they may fear their own performance will be negatively impacted. Mr. Speaker, the framework for public sector
Point of
hinges.
information.
Accepted.
How do you respond to the argument that, people are generally incentivized by higher income? So if they're going to be paid for a higher performance, that will drive them to perform better, which is ultimately good for the business.
Not so, because we have to take in consideration that monetary is not the only factor of motivation. And in places like Jamaica, where we suffer from lack of resources, play an instrumental role in whether or not the overall productivity and performance of the employees. Continuing. enhance the competitiveness between employees. As such, employees may be less likely to participate in teamwork-related activities as they may fear their own performance will be negatively impacted. Mr. Speaker, the framework for our public sector hinges on the collaboration and cooperation of each employee to provide quality services for the needs of this country. Secondly, I would like to ask my government, what metric would you use and how exactly would you quantify the work being done by these workers? Unlike the private sector, where profit margins and sales figures can easily measure performance, the public sector deals with high-perplex tasks that often lack
Point
clear,
of information.
quantifiable outcomes, especially in sectors like education and healthcare. Accepted.
There's quite a few problems within the public sector right now that are derivative of underpaying. So given that a pay for performance system would actually fix these problems and improve the overall efficiency of the public sector, which is something that you are opposing, what solutions would you put forward in relation to your position that would fix these problems and make the system more efficient overall?
All right, thank you. So in regards to how we would manage the current situation, what we realize is that the budget of the country cannot fit this paper performance system. Therefore, the opposition suggests proactive measures such as increasing training, increasing resources, and others that will be mentioned by my other speakers so that it will actually increase productivity rather than the opposite that is seen with the paper performance system. Now, as I was saying, not only that, Mr. Speaker, an article posted by the Jamaica Gleaner published on the 6th of February 2022 details that our public sector compensation system is burdened by 325 salary scales that came about using multiple job evaluation tools. By comparison, there are 7 grade levels in the UK civil service. Now, I was never the best in mathematics. However, it is only reasonable to understand the stance of the opposition. Mr. Speaker, it does not take a genius to figure out if the current system is struggling with a subdivision of 335. Imagine a subdivision of over 750,000. It is utterly ridiculous. Compounding that, Mr. Speaker, public servants who live and work in urban areas are better resourced and will have an easier time meeting performance targets than their rural counterparts. Not because they are more capable, but because they have more tools at their disposal. This
Point
system
of information.
unfairly penalizes workers and unfunded areas, depending the existing inequalities between urban and rural sectors. Accepted.
Point of information. How do you respond to the
Accepted.
yes? How do you respond to the argument that the digital divide, the lack of technological infrastructure between rural and urban area, does not necessarily critique the inherent value of pay for performance arrangement? So in a sense, if we are to put in place the technological infrastructure, bridge the digital divide, provide the tools to the people in the rural area with those in the urban area, would you then support a pay for performance? Is there then an issue with the inherent value or benefit of pay for performance arrangement?
There will still be an issue. As the opposition, we have taken the stance that digitizing at this point in time is a more fundable approach rather than incentivizing paper performance system. Right? Continuing. My government, what about the teachers in schools with limited resources, overpacked classrooms, and students from disadvantaged backgrounds? Answer your question. All these factors must be taken into consideration. True fairness is one where their performance would not be judged by the same standard as those in wealthier, better equipped schools. Realistically speaking, paper performance system will not only be unfair, it will lead to increased stress for public sector workers who are already dealing with different circumstances. Linking their pay arbitrary to oversimplistic performance metrics will create pressure to meet these targets at the expense of quality of service. Mr. Speaker, the true problem in Jamaica's public sector is not that workers lack incentives, but that they lack the resources to support necessary to perform well. If the government want to see improved outcomes, they should focus on resource allocation, training, and transparent promotion systems. Public servants need to feel supported in their roles and not threatened by punitive performance in evaluations. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the opposition stands firmly against the motion as paper performance system will not address the real issues within Jamaica's public sector. It will instead increase inequality, perpetuate corruption, and undermine worker morale. We believe the solution accepted.
With the number of strikes that we have within particular public sector industries such as healthcare and education, coupled with the high percentage of brain drain, because Jamaica is currently ranked to have the second highest statistic for brain drain globally. And all of these issues stem from underpayment. So how is it that, knowing that, how is it that you can say that, paper performance wouldn't be a necessary move to curb one of the most primary problems
Let me
within the
correct
public
you right there, madam. The monetary factor is not the only factor, right? Jamaica is actually suffering from brain drain because let's take a nurse, for instance. One, they are being overworked within our current disorganized healthcare. Two, inadequate resources as moving to these first world countries provide adequate resources and also better working force they are being worked with persons who have received adequate training. So monetary factors is not only the only factor to be considered. We believe the solution lies in systematic reforms that support public servants, not penalize them for their circumstances beyond their control. For these reasons, we reject the motion. The opposition pauses.
Thank you very much. And I must say, you dealt very, very well with those points of information. I'll provide a bit more feedback after. But let's say the second speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I would like to reiterate the points my opposition leader has made and provide further clarity on why we stand in opposition to this motion. The central issue with the government's proposal is its failure to understand the complexities and issues of Jamaican public sector. A paper performance system sounds efficient in theory, but in practice it is deeply flawed, especially in the Jamaican context where resources and opportunities are distributed unequally. Let's pick up by examining the fundamental flaw in the government claim that performance can be measured objectively. Public sector workers in Jamaica, particularly in rural areas, face vastly different challenges from their urban counterparts. Can a teacher in a poorly resourced rural school be fairly compared to one in a well-funded urban school? Can a nurse working in an underfunded clinic be held to the same standards as one working in a state-of-the-art hospital? The answer is no. Teachers in rural areas often have larger class sizes, fewer materials, and students who face greater socio-economic challenges. Their performance will naturally be affected by these conditions, which are entirely outside of their control. A pay-per-performance system would unfairly penalize these teachers for factors beyond their influence. The government argument that the system improves efficiency is flawed because it fails to take these realities into account. A system that unfairly rewards those with better resources is not efficient, it is unjust. The government proposal also ignores the fact that Jamaica's public sector has a long history of political favoritism. A performance evaluation system, especially one tied to pay, will inevitably be subjective to manipulation. Who decide which workers have performed? With strong safeguards, supervisors could favor those they are personally or politically aligned with, leading to greater inequality and corruption. Mr. Speaker, an article proposed by MBR Journal looked beyond the short-term efficiency claims and considered the long-term impacts on public service quality. A paper performance system encourages workers to focus on meeting immediate, measurable targets rather than on providing quality service. In education and healthcare, this could have a disastrous consequences. As a proactive opposition, we have acknowledged and realized the issue plaguing our country. An efficient public sector is essential to sustained economic expansion. Speaker, even if the system was to be implemented, how exactly would it be financed? An article posted by Nationwide News Network outlined that Jamaicans' national budget for the current fiscal year 2024-2025 has jumped by 40.7 billion to 1.381 trillion. This is to supplement the aftermath that various sectors have suffered. Remember, my government, crime and violence is still plaguing our society. Lack of infrastructure is plaguing our society. Mr. Speaker, the opposition believes due to the current state of Jamaica's economic and its current trajectory, it is only wise that in order to fit our heavily concentrated budget, we apply our focus towards modernizing and digitalizing. Oblivious to the government, Jamaica risks falling further behind. If we don't accelerate digitalization, improving public sector efficiency, conceptual improving Jamaica's productivity will require that public services are accessible online through digital and mobile platforms. Mr. Speaker, the government has failed to consider the unique challenges facing Jamaica public sector. They have ignored the inequality in resource distribution, the risk of corruption in evaluations and long-term damage this system will do to public service quality. Instead of helping public sector workers perform better, this system will demoralize them and push them to focus on short-term goals, neglecting the broader public good. In conclusion, the government proposal, while appealing on paper, is not the right solution for Jamaica. What we need are reforms that focus on resource allocation, training, and fair evaluation practices, not a system that penalizes workers for factors outside of their control. For these reasons, we oppose the motion. The opposition pauses.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. I think that's it for the two speeches because there wouldn't be a reply speech given that there was no opposition or opposing team rather for you to contend with. But we want to say very well done. I particularly want to comment on the first speaker. I thought that his responses were very well crafted to the points of information. I will highlight one. For example, when I raised the concern that or raised the idea that people are generally motivated by income, by more money, and the potential to earn a higher income would incentivize them to perform more. you rightfully pointed out that, there are different factors that constitute an incentive base for individuals, and that income is but one. And whilst income may be important to one particular employee, it may very well not be important to another particular employee. So in essence, income alone will not be sufficient, or may not be what is the overarching incentive for someone performing better. And we thought that was a very good response off the top like that. Fairly good response as well to the others. And we think that we like the kind of arguments in the speech, and you should do well in the other rounds. All the best, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, and moving on.
Thank you.
All right. Take care, ladies and gentlemen. Ravon, I hand over to you.
Sir.
Yes.
Excuse me. Any other points for the
second
two speakers?
Yeah.
You're currently muted.
You're muted, Mr. Tomlinson.
Right, yes. Yes, I meant to comment on the second speaker. With respect to the second speaker, what we saw was a continuation of the line of arguments from the first speaker, but it was different from what we would generally advise against. What we advise against is, repeating and regurgitating the same kind of arguments. But it was a bit different. What we heard from him was almost like an expansion of the case, looking at, different stakeholders who would generally be impacted by this pay for performance arrangement, which I think is employment of the stakeholder analysis that we speak of, broadening the case and deepening the analysis. So very commendable on his part. So if you want to, you can take that into the next match in terms of broadening the stakeholder analysis, deepening the explanation, not just simply giving a regurgitation of what the first speaker would have said. And I hold the view that had there been an opposing team, then perhaps it would not have been a very easy match, given the quality of arguments. So very well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if Kalisa has any feedback she'd like to share with you.
No, you summed it up pretty nicely, Cliff, and I echo your sentiments.
Thank you. And very well done, Monroe College, and all the best in the next round. Ravon,
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Ravon? Hey, Ravon?
That's it. We may sign off now, Mr. Tomlinson.
Yes, you may.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you so much. Have a great weekend now.
You too. Bye-bye. Thank you, Kalisia. Ravon, Ravon, I'll wait until Ravon comes back.
Okay, cool beans.
All
Later.
right. Take care, Kalisia.
You too.